Chapter 356 Why does the rabid dog bite people? Chapter 356 Why does the rabid dog bite people? Kill him! Rena yelled in fury. Finally, Harrow moved first. He was probably the angriest of them all. He'd been humiliated by Chen Zhao twice today. However, Chen Zhao took advantage of his impulsiveness. He grabbed Harrow's arm, his other hand going for Harrow's waist. He lifted the man up and slammed him on the deck. Harrow coughed out blood. He couldn't get back up anymore. Chen Zhao rolled his neck. Thanks for helping me warm up earlier. It won't be just warm up later, Yao said coldly. You better get ready for staying in the hospital for half a year. The two bodyguards attacked Chen Zhao from the left and right. Chen Zhao could only block them. Real fighting wasn't like in action movies. He couldn't fend off attacks from two men, especially if they were fighting experts. Chen Zhao could only choose to block one side. He did that and someone behind him put him in a chokehold. He also got punched in the stomach. However, the bodyguard behind him obviously miscalculated Chen Zhao's strength. He pried the arm off his neck. He also broke that arm with a crack and tossed the man away. Arg! The guard got a metal pole out of nowhere and slammed it down at Chen Zhao. Chen Zhao blocked it with his right arm. The pole bent, but Chen Zhao's arm was totally unharmed. The bodyguard's face was written with shock. This could only happen in movies. He'd blocked the metal pole with his body and broke the pole instead. Rena was dumbfounded too. Was he human? You better get something sturdier. This time, Chen Zhao was no longer on defense. Instead, he was the attacker. He was still too conservative with the fighting earlier. After all, the other side had the advantage in numbers. It was impossible for him not to get hit. Even Gaia wouldn't be completely unharmed in a situation like this. Instead of passively waiting for them to attack and then finding a chance to fight back, it was better to get it over with. Exchanging blow for blow, it seemed that Chen Zhao was attacked more, but the bodyguards could only enact limited damage. Another bodyguard was punched by Chen Zhao. He fell to the floor, grabbing his shoulder. Chen Zhao spun around, punching again. His fist landed heavily on a guard's face. At the same time, he was hit in the face too. By now, 6 of the 12 guards had fallen. The scene looked a bit bloody. The corners of Chen Zhao's lips and eyes were broken. One ear was bleeding. But the bodyguards on the ground were in much worse shape. It was pure luck no one had died yet. Thud. Yet another guard fell down. There were more and more guards on the ground, but Chen Zhao was still lively. Rena's bodyguards were all injured. Finally, the last guard was punched in the chin. He spun 360 degrees and couldn't get up again. Chen Zhao looked at Rena. She was curled up in a corner, staring at him in horror. After the fight, Chen Zhao was honestly tired. He hurt all over. This was different from the fight with the swim team a few days ago. He was completely tired. These bodyguards were all skilled fighters. Their techniques weren't any weaker than Chen Zhao. They only lacked in the ability to take hits and force. For every man that Chen Zhao sent down, he had to get hit many times. He smiled at Rena. Isn't it surprising? Isn't it exciting? If you dare. Crack. Chen Zhao slapped Rena, making a side of her face swell up immediately. Feel good? I'm going to tell my dad. Here's your phone. Call your dad. Rena indeed picked up her phone and called someone. Chen Zhao snatched it over. A deep voice came from the other end. Who is it? Who are you? You called me, but you don't know who I am? The other person asked, confused. Okay, I'll get straight to it. Your daughter is suspected of illegal imprisonment, personal injury, hiring assassins, and attempted murder. What do you think we should do? What are you talking about? Chen Zhao handed the phone to Rena, who immediately started crying. Dad, I got beaten by this asshole. He hit me. Rena, what's wrong? Where's Jarl? What happened to him? Jarl's on the ground. Your bodyguards are all on the ground. Wah, I don't want these failures anymore. Do they have a lot of people? Just one. Rena sobbed. Dad, I want to kill this asshole. Kill him for me. Where are you right now? A boat. Give him the phone. Gritting her teeth, Rena looked at Qin Zhao and unwillingly handed the phone over. Hello, sir? What can I call you by? If you can hire 12 bodyguards for your daughter, you can definitely find out who I am. I'm asking you how to take care of this, or I'll just throw your daughter into the sea to feed the sharks. Fine, how much do you want? $500,000. Qin Zhao didn't know the other party's bottom line. He wouldn't be satisfied if he asked for too little. But if he asked for too much, it could go from asking for compensation to kidnapping for ransom. Rena and her bodyguards weren't a gang. He wouldn't be able to keep it under wraps if he killed them all. After all, he'd come because of Ethan. If he killed these people, Chen Zhao's life would be ruined too. Chen Zhao was mostly logical. No problem. Chen Zhao received an answer quickly. The man didn't hesitate, as if $500,000 wasn't any money. Chen Zhao kind of regretted asking for so little. But I don't wish my daughter to have any injuries. I slapped her. Thanks for teaching Rena a lesson. Qin Zhao couldn't tell if this was genuine or sarcasm. He was physically and mentally exhausted after the fight. He sat on the deck, applying ointment onto his face. Rena sat in the corner, hugging her legs and crying. The boat landed and someone was already at the pier for Rena. It was a tall and sexy woman with 2 bodyguards before her. Sister. Rena jumped straight into the woman's arms. The woman studied Qin Zhao, who'd just gotten off the boat, with cold eyes. She handed him a check. This is yours. Thanks. Qin Zhao took the money and started to leave. Just then, the woman said, The Floy family isn't so easy to bully. Qin Zhao glanced back at her. Do you know why dogs with rabies bite people randomly? The woman's eye twitched. Because it can feel death coming and wants people to die with it. Seems like you understand this too. Chapter 357 You aren't going to kill me, are you? Chapter 357 You aren't going to kill me, are you? Sis, are we just going to let that jerk off? Rena roared. His words are clear enough. Our family isn't big. If we enrage him, he'll surely kill our people, Rhea said. Our family is rich. Why should we be scared of him? We can kill him, but he can kill one of our people. It's not worth it. Rhea looked at Rena. So this is over? Rena asked, not willing to give up. Yes, it ends now. Why would you provoke such an insane person? I'm tired. I'm going back to sleep. Rena turned around and left. Unlike the young Rena, Rhea was much more rational. Given that Qin Zhao could defeat Rena's 12 bodyguards, he could certainly kill anyone he wanted. Perhaps they could kill Qin Zhao with their clan's power, but what would happen before that? Nobody would want to go near a red-eyed mad dog. Their family motto was to keep a low profile. Enemies that were not irreconcilable should not even be treated as enemies. In this society, nobody could kill a person easily. Even illegal gangs might not dare to, because killing a person required careful handling. Burying the corpse was far from being sufficient. If the clues were not all removed, they would be discovered without difficulty. As a clan that had been passed down for dozens of generations, they upheld their low-profile ideology very seriously. Rhea took out her phone. Dad, it's over. Yes. How's Rena? She wanted revenge, but now she's tired and resting. How's Jarl and the others? Very severely injured. They're all in the hospital. Then who would protect Rena? I don't have enough men with me. Also, if you send more people here, I'm worried that she'll find that person again. Small conflicts don't matter, but if we really enrage that guy... Can we buy him? He's too expensive. It's not worth it to hire him as a mere bodyguard. Then bring Rena back. Only if she's willing to leave. Is there no solution? Let me think. Rhea rubbed her forehead. Please end this quickly. Don't let Rena create more trouble. Just when Qin Zhao reached home, he received a call from a stranger. Mr. Chen. You are? I'm Rhea. We met at the dock. Yes? Do you want some extra income? You aren't going to kill me, are you? To be honest, I feel that the conflict between you and Rena is only a kid's horseplay. You're saying I'm a kid? Alright, the serious topic. I'll pay for you to pretend dead, just so that Rena can forget about all this. What do you say? How much is that? 500,000. Chen Zhao was speechless. These rich people would give a few $100s just for him to act. Were they even treating money as money? Can it go any higher? Goodbye. Wait, I accept. What should I do? Think of something that you can act safely. Tomorrow afternoon, bring me onto the yacht, tie me up tightly and throw me into the sea, Chen Zhao said. Do you need me to arrange someone to save you? No, just do all those. I'll escape myself, but I hope there won't be too many people on the yacht. I don't want to be beaten up again. Sure, Rhea agreed without hesitation. Both of them were really frustrated by the event, so they wanted to end it as soon as possible. Chen, you're back. Yeah. Chen Zhao nodded, but he did not turn the lights on. He really did not want Eveleigh to worry. After showering, he went onto the bed quietly. The next day, Chen Zhao left the house before Eveleigh even got up. When he arrived in Ethan's motel, Ethan was astonished by his wound-filled face. What happened? The client last night. So what happened? Ethan asked, frowning. The client had some personal conflict with me. It was a trap. I'll take revenge for you. No, this whole thing is over. Stay out of it, Chen Zhao said, shaking his head. You sure? She's just a girl. What can you do? Find people to gang rape her? Fine, since you said it's over. Hi, Mr. Chen. Have you had breakfast? Li Qing carried a tray of sandwiches out from the oven and placed it on the counter. Chen Zhao grabbed a sandwich and began eating. No, or else why would I be here? Li, you work here. Can you stop helping an outsider? Ethan complained. Auntie Li, you look much better today. Thank you for your concern, Mr. Chen. In fact, Li Qing did not just look better. She even had something that she never had before. Mr. Ethan, I suggest you don't go out during this period. I've been seeing many shooting events on the news. Maybe you should go out when it's more peaceful, Li Qing advised. Of course, Li Qing knew where Ethan would normally go, either red light districts or bars. It's my problem. Who can sit in the motel all day? Then please be careful. Chen Zhao glanced at Li Qing and could not help but ask. Auntie Li, do you know physiognomy? Chen Zhao talked to Li Qing in Chinese so that Ethan would not understand them. Haha. It's just some outdated stuff. It all depends on whether you believe in it. Let's not talk about this. I really believe in this kind of stuff. Can you look at my physiognomy? Chen Zhao asked sincerely. Mr. Chen, I can't tell anything from your face. Why? Is it not convenient for you to say? No, I really can't tell. There are some rules to my inherited technique. Those whose faces are sealed by the 3 yin or blocked by the 6 hills cannot be understood. What do you mean? The 3 yin refer to seeing a ghost, entering a ghost gate, and dealing with a ghost. The yin energy would seal the person's physiognomy. Mr. Chen, you must have done one of them, right? Then what are the 6 hills? Chen Zhao did not give a direct reply. True self, those who have experienced major ups and downs, those who have an unshakable will, those who have returned from death, those who possess supernatural skills, and those who do not believe in it. Apart from true self, the other 5 are unpredictable, not within the control of destiny, and therefore cannot be understood. Did you see something on Ethan? Mr. Ethan's face has been covered in evil recently. His luck is dissipating and he also has no house to shelter him outside, so he'll surely run into trouble. When a person is out of luck, even a small event may cause death. That's why I suggest he stay in the motel, where he'll be protected. He can go out when his luck regathers. Chapter 358 Eveleigh's Debut. Chapter 358, Eveleigh's Debut. After listening to Li Qing, Qin Zhao glanced at Ethan. What are you two talking about? Can you not speak in Chinese? Ethan complained. Qin Zhao turned toward him. Are you sure you want to know what we're talking about? Bullshit. If you speak Chinese before me again, we're over. You're sick, Qin Zhao said. Huh? I'm sick. With what? Why don't I feel anything? Did you not use protection? Ethan's expression grew uncomfortable. Most of the time, he stammered. That means you sometimes don't use condoms, right? What did I get? I'll prescribe some medicine and you'll be fine in a few days, Qin Zhao said. But if you run out to play before I say you're better, you can be limp for the rest of your life. Okay. Give me the medicine. Ethan might not listen to Li Qing, but he would definitely listen to Qin Zhao. Auntie Li, if this asshole runs around before he's better, remember to tell me. I'll make sure he can't get hard ever again. Chen, why are you so evil? Can I go out to buy something? Who knows if you're really going out to buy something or mess around? Do you want to infect other people after getting sick? Fine. I'll stay in the motel obediently. Qin Zhao still wasn't reassured. Auntie Li, call me no matter where he goes. I got it. Li Qing was very grateful towards Qin Zhao and Ethan. After all, they were the ones who gave her hope when she was most hopeless. I'm busy these 2 days, Qin Zhao said. If there are clients, don't come looking for me. Then he prescribed some Chinese medicine for Ethan. In the afternoon, A's temperature rose. It was only February, but it still reached more than 70 degrees. When Qin Zhao got to UCLA, the entire campus was heated up. Many students from the other schools came to cheer on their schoolmates. Eveleigh already found Qin Zhao in the crowd. It wasn't because he was eye-catching, but he stood out. After all, he had so many pets with him. Princess was even more attention-grabbing. You got beaten up? Eveleigh looked at Qin Zhao's face in surprise. He had a bandage on the corner of his eyes and there were bruises on his cheeks too. Norman's was curious who could beat Qin Zhao up like this. And where were the people who'd done it? I fell, Qin Zhao said carelessly. Eveleigh remembered their first meeting on the train. He'd also looked like this and had the same answer. How come you're still here? There's still an hour before the meet. Eveleigh wasn't nervous at all. She seemed very calm. Some people were skilled but would get nervous in public events and perform poorly. You should go prepare, Qin Zhao said. Just then, some students walked over. Sir, can I take a picture with Princess? Of course. Qin Zhao nodded, making a welcoming gesture. The students were a bit scared when they approached Princess. But after a girl hugged Princess, the other students grew braver. They made all sorts of weird poses. This caused some consequences. More and more people went to take pictures of Princess. Black Ma and White Ma grew dispirited. They hung their heads low listlessly. Woof. That bitch. It's all because of her that no one cares about us anymore. Black Ma looked at Princess, baring his teeth. I can't stand this. White Ma was jealous too. Can I take pictures with these two big dogs? Woof, woof. White Ma and Black Ma were instantly alive again. They enthusiastically responded to the students' request. Seems like the humans still have good taste. They must have sensed the noble mammon blood in us. Meow. You two are an embarrassment to all demons. If Mammon knew that you two act so desperate to get humans' love, he'd definitely cough out blood in anger. Samuel looked at them with disdain. A woman suddenly saw Samuel standing on Qin Zhao's shoulder and yelped. Wow! Such a cute kitty. He's too cute. Can I hug him? Meow. Do you see that? I took over another human. Yet another human has been conquered, haha. My noble plan will soon be realized. Your Majesty, where's your restraint? They finally reached the notarium, but there was a bigger audience than imagined. This was a standard notarium that could seat 5,000 people. Swimming was a pretty popular sport in America, so there were many observers. Qin Zhao could barely find empty seats for his family. "Mr. Chen, here, come sit here." The boxing club members waved at Qin Zhao enthusiastically in the distance. They didn't seem to have any seats near them, but they knew to use their strength and kick out 3 guys next to them. Qin Zhao sat in the seat the boxing club made for him. Princess and the others followed suit. Grint also came to the pool. He knew that Eveleigh had hired Qin Zhao as her coach. He wanted to see if Qin Zhao was actually an effective coach. UCLA's swim team was average. They weren't in last place, but they couldn't reach the top either. Earlier, they'd already done the 50-meter and 100-meter freestyle. Their best result was 3rd place, managing to score a bronze medal. Next was Gina Lisby. She was the closest to a professional athlete in the team, but she didn't even get a medal in the 1,500-meter swim. She'd faced even stronger opponents, including a true Olympic candidate. Gina performed poorly. Of course, she was also affected by the other swimmers' water currents. Up until now, UCLA only had a bronze medal for swimming. Most of the UCLA students had already lost. No one wanted to see their athletes lose tragically. Round after round of failure made them lose interest. Finally, it was time for the women's 800-meter freestyle. The swimmers from every school entered the notarium. Eveleigh scanned the audience for Qin Zhao. She finally found Qin Zhao in the center of the crowd. She waved at him. Qin Zhao nodded too. Chapter 359 World Record in an Unofficial Competition. Chapter 359 World Record in an Unofficial Competition. "Ready," the judge instructed. All the contestants stood on the platform. When the gun was fired, the 10 contestants jumped into the water simultaneously. Grint looked at Eveleigh. Swimming in the 6th lane, she was the fastest. As a long-distance runner, Grint knew about mid- and long-distance swimming too. Mid- and long-distance swimming were similar to long-distance running in that they all needed appropriate tactics. An athlete should not swim too quickly at the start, or he or she would very likely run out of stamina halfway. But Eveleigh was too fast. It was clearly not the correct stamina distribution for this swimming competition. Very soon, Eveleigh was at least 10 meters ahead of the rest. At the first 50-meter turning point, she was at least 3 seconds ahead, which was increased to 10 seconds at the second turning point. The referee team had also been watching the competition. Because the contest was half official, there was an electronic timer. The girl in lane 6 used 26 seconds for 50 meters. It's a sprint. She won't have enough stamina to sprint at the end. What did her coach tell her? It's so amateur. Racing at the beginning until she's out of strength. Could it be some kind of tactic? No way. Swimming has developed over so many years. Almost all tactics have been discovered. In the early stages, some people indeed tried to sprint at the start so as to get ahead of the rest, but they lost eventually. Using all strength at the start just isn't the right rhythm for 800-meter freestyle. First 50 meters, 26 seconds, turning 1 seconds. Second 50 meters, 27, 45 seconds, turning 0, 99 seconds. Third 50 meters, 27, 35 seconds. She's already swum 400 meters. She's still maintaining this speed. Her stamina is really good. By then, Eveleigh was already at least 50 meters ahead of the other contestants. She slowed down. 500 to 550 meters, 31 seconds. If she had the correct tactic, she would definitely have a good chance of emerging first, or even producing an excellent result. 700 meters. Huh! She sped up again. That's fast. 26, 5 seconds. She's sprinting again. Where did she get the stamina? What? How could she be so fit? Finally, Eveleigh finished the race first. Everyone in the referee team stood up, staring at her in disbelief. The result had yet to be displayed on the electronic screen because none of them could believe their eyes. Eveleigh also looked at the screen, waiting for the result. Finally, after 10 seconds or so, the result appeared. 7 minutes, 59 seconds and 89 milliseconds. The audience was stirred up. This is fake, right? Impossible! How could this happen? Is this result very good? Someone asked. Are you a fool? Do you know what's the world record? What? 8 minutes and 11 seconds. If the result is real, then this girl would have created a miracle. She's the first woman to hit 8 minutes for 800-meter freestyle, an entire 11 seconds faster than the world record. After about 40 seconds, the second contestant arrived. When she saw the numbers on the electronic screen, particularly the result above hers, she also looked at Eveleigh in astonishment. Eveleigh similarly stared at the screen in bafflement. Even she could not believe that she had achieved such a result. It was unbelievable. How did she do it? Was the result even real? As an amateur swimmer, Eveleigh had just broken the world record. Grint looked at the result in doubt and confusion. Is this the result of that person's training? In 10 days he created a world record breaker? There was nothing apart from bewilderment. Grint's head went blank. If I found him myself, if I agreed to Eveleigh's condition at that time, would I be able to achieve an earth-shattering result, just like she did? Just then, the referee team announced the result effective. The fact that this match was not even a national-level one, and therefore would not be acknowledged by FINA, would not prevent the result from being exposed. After all, it was a result that would shock the entire swimming world. Just as Eveleigh climbed out of the pool, the referee team and her school representatives approached her. Ms. Eveleigh, we need to conduct a urine test and blood test on you. Are you okay with them? Sure. Eveleigh also wanted to know whether she had achieved such an incredible result because of illegal drugs. The preliminary urine test result came out very soon. It was very normal, with nothing outside the acceptable range. Of course, the preliminary check was very basic. Eveleigh's sample had to be delivered to a specialized laboratory for a more accurate check. Very soon, everyone at UCLA knew that a new world record had just been born in the swimming complex. When Eveleigh stood on the podium to receive her award, she felt as if she was in the Olympics. She began to hesitate, not knowing whether she should become a professional athlete. Eveleigh, can I have an autograph, please? Eveleigh, take a photo with me. Eveleigh, I like you. Eveleigh. Eveleigh had a hard time passing through the crowd, but she finally found Chen Zhao. Chen, thank you. Not bad. Chen, continue to be my coach. Eveleigh looked at Chen Zhao. No. I'll pay. Chen Zhao still shook his head. He would have to spend a lot of time training Tiger. Thus, he definitely would not be able to spend a few hours a day training another person. Do you plan to become professional? Chen Zhao asked. Eveleigh's family was very rich. After all, 200,000 was not something that a middle-class family could afford. Of course, if she were to become an athlete, she would be able to achieve outstanding results. I'm hesitating. What do you think? What will you do in the future? Inherit my family business. Eveleigh replied. All right, go and become an athlete. Why? It'll never be too late to inherit your family business. Spend a few years on what you like first. When you can no longer swim, go back to your family. When you're older, you can even boast to your grandchildren about how playful, no, how grand you've been. If you give up on swimming and go inherit your family business, you'll regret it in the future. Instead of that, you might as well be more decisive now. Chapter 360 Dead? Chapter 360 Dead? Del, come to UCLA. I need to go out for 2 days. Help me look after Princess and the others. Oh, help me find some things too. I have an emergency. A while later, Del came over and drove Chen Zhao's RV away. Chen Zhao kept Samuel by his side though. Then he went for the pier. Rhea was already there waiting. You really came? Rhea was quite surprised by this Chinese man who could risk his life for money. You sure you won't take the chance to kill me, right? Chen Zhao really couldn't resist the temptation of $500,000. He could earn all that just by acting. How could he refuse something like this? There was danger, but the reward was high too. Rhea suddenly stabbed at Chen Zhao with a dagger. Chen Zhao reflexively grabbed it. The blade slipped past his fingers and Rhea's wrist cracked. Chen Zhao had dislocated it. Let go. Rhea was in pain. Chen Zhao let go and took 2 steps back. What are you doing? I just wanted to say that I can't beat you, so you can trust me. Rhea popped her wrist back in place. She seemed practiced. You're too extreme. I thought you were actually trying to kill me. If I really wanted to kill you, Rhea said, I would have a dozen snipers around here. You wouldn't be able to run. Is your wrist okay? I can heal it for you. It's okay. Let's go. Rhea led Chen Zhao onto the boat, and they set sail. She looked at the cat in Chen Zhao's arms. You sure you want to bring it? Chen Zhao brought Samuel because he wanted to go directly into hell. It was also to be guarded against Rhea. If she really wanted to kill Chen Zhao, he wouldn't show any mercy. He'd have Samuel activate his territory pollution directly. He's my guardian angel. Chen Zhao petted Samuel's head. Are you ready? I'll tie you up later. Sure. Just don't use chains. If he struggled, he could break regular hemp or nylon rope. But if he was actually chained up, he'd be fucked. Act realistically when my sister comes up later. If she sees through it, I'm not going to pay. Of course. I'll make sure everyone thinks I'm dead. Another boat approached from the distance. Rhea tied Chen Zhao up. See if this is tight enough. It's good. To be honest, Rhea wanted to see how Chen Zhao would escape too. She'd prepared and tied the rope herself. It was different than those escape artists. It seemed like Chen Zhao wasn't worried at all. Rhea couldn't figure out where his confidence came from. The 2 boats met. Rena and some bodyguards boarded Rhea's boat. Why is he here? Rena was taken aback when she saw Chen Zhao tied up on the deck. So you can take your anger out on him, Rhea said. With your order, I'll throw him into the sea. Rena hesitated. Wait, I want to talk to him. Chen Zhao looked up coldly at her. I don't want to talk to you. Do you want to live or die? Rena looked at him, still unable to suppress the angry fire in her eyes. Thinking of the humiliation she endured last night, she was furious. Even though she'd caused it herself, she was still angry. Chen Zhao was the first person who hit her in her entire life. What do you want now? Be my swim coach and I'll let you go, Rena said. Behind her, Rhea froze. She never imagined that Rena would make this request. How could he be a coach? Rhea had investigated. He seemed to be a doctor. Rhea didn't know, but as a swimmer, Rena had participated in today's meet and even the same event as Eveleigh. How could she not know? Chen Zhao's student not only won first place, but she'd also created such a shocking record. Rena looked at Chen Zhao with blazing eyes. If Chen Zhao could be her coach, she'd also be the one watched by thousands. The entire world would know her name. She would be the brightest star of the swimming circle. Every girl had their own dream and Rena wasn't an exception. She'd once thought that she was good enough. She was the most popular girl at UCSF and thought that she was the center of the swim team. She anticipated becoming the center of attention again in today's meet. But the result was completely different. She didn't become the focus. She was only in the background to make the star more obvious. She was under Eveleigh and her record. Eveleigh was the first woman in the world to swim under 8 minutes for this event. Rena was very jealous and she asked around. Eveleigh's swimming had always been average. She couldn't even reach a professional level, let alone break a world record. But 10 days ago, she hired Chen Zhao as her coach and had today's shocking result. Rena also wanted to enjoy this fame. After the meet, she looked for Chen Zhao. She didn't expect that her sister had captured Chen Zhao. How much did that Eveleigh give you? I won't give you any less. Chen Zhao rolled his eyes. No matter how much money, it couldn't be easier than today's money. Don't even think about it, Chen Zhao said gravely. I'd rather die than be your coach. You really think I won't kill you? I don't need you to do it. I'll do it myself. Chen Zhao stood up, making Rina retreat in fear. She knew how good Chen Zhao was at fighting. She didn't want to get beaten up again. The bodyguards quickly went before her. "I'll haunt you as a ghost," Chen Zhao called out to Rina. With that, he rushed to the deck and jumped off. Rhea's lips twitched, thinking, this is too overdramatic. Rina will figure it out easily. But the situation changed instantly. A huge creature broke out of the waters. It was a killer whale. Everyone yelled in shock. The whale was so big that it gave them goosebumps. It rushed out of the water and bit Chen Zhao. Help, help, ah! Everyone froze. Half of Chen Zhao's body was inside the whale's mouth, and he screamed for help. Rhea was dumbfounded. She just watched Chen Zhao get taken away. A blood-red trail was left in the water. Finally, the whale sank into the water with Chen Zhao. Chapter 361 I Swear in the Name of God. Chapter 361 I Swear in the Name of God. Dead? Why is he just dead? Both Rina and Rhea were astonished. They could not believe the outcome. Rhea originally thought that Chen Zhao could escape in the sea. Nobody expected such an accident to occur. An enormous killer whale had actually been waiting for him in the sea. Once he jumped into the sea, he was bitten by the killer whale. In the sea, nobody could survive a killer whale's attack. At the moment, Chen Zhao, whom they thought had already been torn into pieces, was sitting on Amon's back. Since they last met half a month ago, Amon had grown in size again. Half a month ago, he was 15 meters long, but now he was already 20 meters long and weighed 40 tons. Indeed, Amon was a real giant even in the sea. No animal could be compared to him apart from blue whales. Chen Zhao fed Amon all the remaining wyvern meat. He could not understand the growth of Amon, Princess, and Walter. Since Princess became a hybrid demon, she had been growing at an increasing rate. Compared to her, Walter's growth was much more normal. Of course, he was only normal compared to Princess. Nevertheless, their growth was still too weak before Amon. Chen Zhao had asked Dell to get him some fake blood props which looked really realistic. The people on the yacht must be thinking that he was dead. It was about time to go to hell. Chen Zhao lifted Samuel and said, "Samuel, summon me to hell." Immediately, the sky darkened. Chen Zhao realized that he was in the sky. But what was below his feet? It was a whale. It was a whale whose fin was bigger than its body, an enormous whale that was soaring in the air with its flippers. The whale below his feet, which was over 100 meters long, was Amon. Amon was also stunned. Why am I back in hell? It's so tiring. I only want to float in the sea, not fly in the sky. Forget it. Let me fall to death. Chen Zhao was similarly stunned. What was happening? When he was summoned in the past, there were also other demons beside him, but none was summoned to hell alongside him. Moreover, the demons in the human world should be projections. Amon's true body should be somewhere in hell. Was the whale below Chen Zhao Amon's true form or just a projection? Amon, it's not the time to give up. Land first. After I go down, you can fall to death yourself, Chen Zhao said gently. If it was Beelzebub or someone else, Chen Zhao would not be worried. However, it was Amon. Chen Zhao was really anxious about his own safety. But I don't want to move my wings. It's too tiring. Chen Zhao could feel the two of them falling at an incredible speed. Samuel, where are you? Come out, I'm going to die. Amon, calm down. Think about it. When I return to the human world, you can stay in the sea again. Aren't you happy? Aren't you delighted? When are you returning? After a day. A day? It's so tiring. Forget it. Let me die now. Chen Zhao really did not know how Amon had managed to survive until today. Chen Zhao cursed Amon in his mind. Suddenly, a shadow spread out from the forest below them and crept to Amon's shadow on the ground. Then, Amon's body stopped in the air. He was clearly overjoyed. This feels amazing. I can stay in the air without using any strength. The shadow below them turned into a solid hand, which extended toward the sky and supported Amon on it. Amon's 100-meter body was large enough, but he looked as tiny as a bean sprout on the palm. As for Qinzhao, he was as insignificant as a speck of dust. Qinzhao climbed down from Amon's back and stepped onto the shadow-transformed palm. It felt as real as if he were standing on land. The shadow palm lowered gradually and finally dissipated into nothingness. Amon lay on the ground, motionless. "It's great. I'll just rot like this." Qinzhao rolled his eyes and ignored Amon. He was deep in a dense forest. Suddenly, the trees around him turned alive. Trees of varying heights turned into tree monsters. Their branches became arms and their roots became legs. They all looked pretty old, with vines dropping down like an elder's beard. Even their leaves were yellow and withered. "Lost soul, this is the kingdom of the sublimes, in which sleeps the supreme king. You shall be sacrificed, with great honor, to our king, the highest award one could receive. Please accept your fate." "Fuck off, he's my guest." Suddenly, a deafening roar was heard from the depth of the forest. The tree monsters quickly rooted in fear and turned back into trees, as if they had never appeared. It felt great to have a superior protector. "Hey, one of you, come and lead the way. Where's your boss? Meizi, bring him to me. I promise I won't eat you. I swear in the name of God." A face appeared on the trunk of the old tree monster and said to the depth of the forest, "Dear King Samuel, your petty servant is but old and unable to leave this land. Please forgive me. Only a fool would believe a demon king who swore in the name of God. Show me the direction." "I'll go myself," Qinzhao said. "Honored guest, the path where the shadow grows shall lead you to our hibernating king." "Where the shadow grows?" Qinzhao inspected his surroundings. He realized that some of the soil was especially dark, as if someone had spilled some ink on it. The further he walked along the colored path, the darker the soil became. After a while, Qinzhao saw many skeletons, presumably from different kinds of organisms, on the ground. Suddenly, a huge carcass appeared before him, which was even bigger than Amon's true form. The carcass was filled with wounds and Qinzhao could not tell what it was. From its injuries, it should have just been killed within the last few hours. Qinzhao stopped and stared at the carcass. Suddenly, the belly of the carcass was opened and a black shadow charged out. "Samuel!" Samuel's true form was not as big as Qinzhao had expected. He looked just like when Qinzhao had first summoned him, except that he now had a single horn on his head and a pair of wings on his back instead of a single wing. "Samuel? Human, you're finally here. Aren't you hibernating?" Qinzhao asked. "Yes, I hibernate for 6 hours every day." "That's called hibernation?" Qinzhao was speechless. It was just normal sleep. To him, anything less than a few hundred or a few thousand years should not be called hibernation. "Stop the nonsense. Give me the offerings." "Wait, where's the castle? Didn't you say that you've specially built a castle to welcome my arrival?" Chapter 362 Gift A Castle. Chapter 362 Gift A Castle. "Look up! Look up!" Qinzhao did so. What was in the sky? There didn't seem to be anything. "Where?" "Come to my back." Qinzhao went onto Samuel's back and he brought Qinzhao into the air again. Samuel was very fast. Qinzhao just felt that the mountains were covered in fog and they passed through layers of clouds. "Samuel, why did Amon get summoned too?" "It's my first summoning," Samuel answered. "I didn't grasp the ritual's power fully and you were standing on Amon, so he got summoned too." Qinzhao was now sure that this was an unreliable demon king. "Where are we going now?" "The castle that I'm gifting to you." "Why are you gifting it to me?" "I can't take it back." "Yeah, you can. I'll just expand your spatial ring." "Then why are we in the sky?" "My castle for you is in the sky." Finally, Qinzhao saw a huge castle standing among the clouds. The majestic black and white building was a sky castle that should only belong in legends. This was the most majestic building Qin Zhao had ever seen before. Other than incredible. He couldn't think of any other way to describe it. There were inverted rocks below the sky castle. It looked like some mountain had been ripped out of the ground. When Qin Zhao landed on the sky castle, his legs actually trembled. It wasn't fear, it was excitement. Just then, a group of inferior demons swarmed out of an arched gate. Come over here and meet your new master. The inferior demons knelt down. There were probably 1,000 demons in the dark mass. Master. Under Samuel's lead, Qin Zhao walked into the gate. There were a dozen wyverns of various sizes on the empty space within the castle. These inferior demons are helping you take care of wyverns, Samuel said. I can't take care of so many wyverns and demons, Qin Zhao said. It's okay. I gave them 10 years of food. If you still need them in 10 years, you can exchange things from the human world with me. This castle is huge. I won't have anywhere to put it even if I bring it to the human world, right? You can put it in the space crevice. Qin Zhao's eyes brightened. Yes, he could let Blackie live in this castle. He handed over the things that he'd promised Samuel. To be honest, he felt like his gifts were too cheap. It was even a bit embarrassing. But, even more embarrassingly, Samuel was actually sniffing the catnip with an expression of pleasure. Fine, as long as you like it. Right, where's your subordinate that knows the soul healing spell and the one that helps you raise pets? They're hurrying over right now. Samuel looked intoxicated after enjoying the catnip. Inferior demons and wyverns had a strange relationship. These tamed wyverns would eat the demons that accidentally got close. If inferior demons reached a certain number, they would also be fed to wyverns. However, they were also the ones taking care of wyverns. The latter were omnivores and ate everything. However, they were even less intelligent than dogs and could only be used as rides. They couldn't be trained to do anything else. Qin Zhao didn't even dare to get close to them, lest he gets bitten. It took a few hours just to explore the entire castle. Just then, Samuel notified Qin Zhao that his subordinates had arrived. When he went downstairs, he saw 2 demons. One was in a soul state. It looked like a banshee. Banshees were all female, but this one was male and looked very ugly. The other demon was short and fat. He was only half of Qin Zhao's height and red with a pair of hooves and a round belly. He held a whip in his hands and had horns on his head. You two introduce yourselves. Hello, Living Lord. I am Mikov, the Soul Master. Living Lord, are you interested in lending me your soul to study? Mikov used an extremely gentle voice to talk about such a scary thing. Who would be introduced in lending him their soul? Mikov, he's my guest, not your lowly toy. You should show enough respect. Otherwise, I'll throw you out. Yes, I'm sorry, respected Living Lord. Mikov was apologizing, but his tone hadn't changed at all. It was still so eerie. Hello, respected Living Lord. I am the shepherd Silo. Respected Living Lord, Mikov asked. How can we help you? I want to learn soul heal. Then what will you pay? If it's your soul, I'd be happy to teach it to you. What about this? Qin Zhao took out a demonic crystal. Mikov's eyes flashed, but he quickly shook his head. Not enough. Then give me a price. 10 years' worth of demonic crystals, Mikov said. Qin Zhao thought he'd state an exorbitant price, but it was only 10 years. Okay. He glanced at Silo. I have some pets and I would like advice on how to make them listen. Living Lord, I can teach you the wild beast's language. Oh? This skill is useful. Silo was obviously more ethical than Mikov. He only asked for 1 demonic crystal. Qin Zhao had thought that, as Samuel's subordinates, they'd be superior demons like Beelzebub, Zophie, and Oris. In reality, they were only mid-level demons, like Beelzebub, Raymond, and the others. Silo didn't even know how to fight. He was a worker demon, and only survived in hell because of Samuel's reputation. As for Mikov, he was a demon whose body had been ripped off. He had a cool title, Soul Master, but he actually wasn't much better at fighting than Silo. They were both kind of failures. Mikov taught quite earnestly after getting paid. He even took out his treasure, an incomplete soul, to demonstrate to Qin Zhao personally. Soul recovery was an easy and basic spell. With Qin Zhao's current magic power, it wasn't hard at all. After learning it, he turned towards Silo. Living Lord, this is a skill stone. If you eat it, you'll be able to learn the beast's language directly. Qin Zhao took the stone and studied it all over. This is edible? Of course. It's a stone, isn't it? The skill stone is a stone, but every creature can digest it. It won't harm you at all. Qin Zhao turned towards Samuel. Is that true? It's edible, Samuel said with confidence. Since Samuel said so, Qin Zhao would put it on the side for now. Chapter 363 Alive and Well. Chapter 363 Alive and Well. Have you found his corpse? Rhea asked. Miss, no. He's probably eaten whole. It's impossible to find him, the bodyguard beside Rhea replied. He was also a witness for the accident a day ago. He saw the entire tragedy. The killer whale was way too big. It only had to open its mouth slightly to swallow a person. Qin Zhao was bitten firmly by the killer whale and dragged for a few hundred meters, leaving a path of blood behind. Even if he was not swallowed, he would not have survived. Rhea did not have much hope either. After receiving her bodyguard's reply, she shook her head. Search for 6 more hours. If you still find nothing, ask all the ships to come back. Rhea sighed. How's Rena? She doesn't even dare to touch water now. She's probably shocked. After all, she had seen a living human being eaten by a killer whale right before her eyes. To the somewhat immature Rena, it was a horrifying sight. Because of this, Rhea really hoped that it was just a fake show arranged by Qin Zhao. She already regretted her plan. She originally wanted Qin Zhao to fake a show, so that Rena could forget about what had happened 2 days ago. Nobody expected Qin Zhao to jump into a killer whale. Although killer whales would not usually assault humans, it could happen. The killer whale was truly enormous, a real giant in the sea. Therefore, Rena was now hydrophobic. She did not even dare to go near a swimming pool, not to mention the sea. Human, give me your spatial ring. Let me expand it. Qin Zhao passed the spatial ring to Samuel. The ring just floated before him. Just then, Samuel's single horn fired a beam of black light. A black lightning bolt appeared and zapped around, as if it was going to tear space apart, before disappearing. Qin Zhao could not understand Samuel's spell, but it surely looked advanced. Many magical inscriptions appeared, interconnected around the ring. It looked like those special effects in movies. Nonetheless, there was no screen at the moment. Everything was happening right before Qin Zhao. After a while, all the magical inscriptions landed on the ring and many imprints emerged. Done, Samuel said, as if he had just done something insignificant. The spatial ring landed on Qin Zhao's hand. He put the ring on, which felt somewhat different. But he could not tell how it was different. Amon's still in your territory. Can you get him here? Let him lie there. When the time's up, his true form and projection will both return to where they should be. Oh, I need a hell-beast skeleton. I think you have a lot. Why do you need a skeleton? Decoration. 24 hours passed very quickly. Qin Zhao returned to the human world again. He was still in the sea, with Samuel's projection atop his head. Qin Zhao could feel that Amon was back as well, but they were not in the same place. Amon, where are you? Come and fetch me now. It's so far. I don't want to go there. Quickly! Qin Zhao was frustrated by his conversation with the lazy Amon. Qin Zhao was presumably very far away from the shore and could not possibly swim back. Suddenly, a yacht appeared in the distance. A plan suddenly flashed across Qin Zhao's mind and he shouted. Help! Help! Miss, someone's calling for help in the sea. Stunned, Rhea asked. Here? A drowning person? I don't know. It's too far away. Drive the yacht there, Rhea said. As the yacht went closer, Rhea finally saw the person in the sea. It was actually Qin Zhao. How was he still alive? It was impossible. It's you? Huh! Miss Rhea, what a coincidence! Rhea stared at the floating Qin Zhao. He did not look like he had just spent an entire day in the sea at all. Can you pull me onto your yacht? Rhea squinted and looked at Qin Zhao. Tell me how you escaped from the killer whale first. Rhea could smell something fishy. Even if Qin Zhao had really survived the killer whale's attack, he should be gravely injured and would not possibly have survived for 24 hours in the sea. Also, had he been carrying the little cat on his head all this while? Let me up first, and I'll tell you. Tell me first, and I'll let you up. Qin Zhao sighed. The woman was really troublesome. Forget it, I don't need you to save me anymore. Just leave. Rhea trembled in anger. This bastard's so irritating. I'm saving his life, and this is how he treats me? As if I'm begging to save him? Drive the yacht away, Rhea said. Miss, are we really going to leave him here? He won't die, Rhea said. Shit, that woman really sailed the yacht away. Aman, why ain't you here yet? Sigh. It would be great if I died in that forest in hell. I'm so tired. Why couldn't I just die? When I get back to the shore, I'll send you to God right away. Qin Zhao shouted in annoyance. Miss, the sonar just detected a very large thing. What? No idea, but it's very fast. Submarine? From its movement and the ripples, it should be a whale. Killer whale? Rhea took her binoculars. In the distance, a 3 meters long black fin appeared on the surface. It was the killer whale yesterday. Rhea's expression changed. Quick, go back. Miss, the killer whale's too big, about the same size as our yacht. If it attacks us, we'll be in danger. Go back, Rhea insisted. Suddenly, however, Rhea saw Qin Zhao stand up on the sea. He held on to the killer whale's fin and made a hand signal at Rhea. Rhea finally got it. Qin Zhao and the killer whale were on the same team. Follow the killer whale, and that person. Miss, the killer whale's way too fast. Rhea watched as Qin Zhao moved further and further away, eventually disappearing out of her sight. She could not help but grit her teeth firmly. It turned out that she and her sister had been deceived. It was Qin Zhao's plan all along. It had caused Rena to cry for an entire night, and even develop psychological trauma. Return to the dock. Rhea would like to chase Qin Zhao, but the yacht did not have much power. There was no way she was going to catch up with Qin Zhao and Aman. However, Qin Zhao was not going to the dock, but rather to Angel Beach. Chapter 364 Your Lover Even Found Your Home. Chapter 364 Your Lover Even Found Your Home. Qin Zhao didn't have Aman show himself this time. Instead, Qin Zhao swam back from 1 kilometer away from land. However, a few hundred meters later, the coastal rescue team discovered him. Coincidentally, it was Eveleigh who came to save him. When Eveleigh saw that it was Qin Zhao, she was shocked. Qin, how come it's you? Where did you swim from? I rode Aman around. He grew again, so I didn't have him get close to land. Eveleigh didn't feel like helping Qin Zhao. With his fitness, this distance didn't pose any danger. Where's your car? I had Del drive it away. Princess and the others are at his house too. When he got to land, Qin Zhao went straight to the office. He'd been busy the entire day and needed to rest. He waited for Eveleigh to get off work so they could go home together. The women on the team were extremely warm toward Qin Zhao, bringing him water and such. This made the guys stare at him coldly. Ignoring the fact that he'd taken Eveleigh, the prettiest woman there, he was flirting with the other women now too. This was too much. On the way back, Qin Zhao sat shotgun. Chun, did you bring a gift for Dad? Yes. What is it? A pot of flowers. Flowers? My dad doesn't like taking care of that. He doesn't have that kind of interest. Eveleigh thought that Qin Zhao's gift was horrible. Qin Zhao chuckled. Don't worry. Your dad might not like it, but he definitely won't toss it. At least, your mom won't make him throw it away. Why? Qin Zhao whispered something in Feilai's ears, making her furrow her brows. You troublemaker. If you think it's not a good gift, I'll throw it away. Fine, fine. You're so clever, okay? They drove to Dell's home. Dell had them stay for dinner. He also called over Risvar, Laura, and their 2 kids. Of course, their beloved Laugher came too. After dinner, Qin Zhao, Dell, and Risvar sat around to chat. Right, Dell, Qin Zhao said. Can you help me do something? Chen, what is it? Risvar asked. Maybe I can help. Please, Johnny. I already owe you enough. I can make you owe more, Risvar said, smiling. Actually, it's easier for Dell. There's a young man fresh out of college. He wants to become a professional boxer. I hope you can sign him. I believe he'll perform well. Sure, Dell answered easily. Give me his information. I'll send it later. When do you 2 have time? We can go hunting in the mountains, Risvar suggested. Feilai and I are going to Sacramento in 3 days. We'll be there for a few days. Why are you going there? Her father's birthday. Then what about after you come back? I should be free. Okay, then it's decided. After Chen comes back, we'll go hunting. Are you sure we can hunt at this time? Chen Zhao wasn't really familiar with California's laws, but he seemed to remember that you needed a license. You could only hunt in the autumn too. It's no trouble. Just ask Dell. Risvar glanced at him. Dell shrugged. You just have to pay a fine beforehand to the forestry department, and it's all good. How much is it? Chen Zhao asked curiously. $10,000. Basically, hunting had gradually become the game of the wealthy. No matter how American animal protection laws changed, it could only restrict the average man. To the wealthy, it only changed how much money they had to pay. That was it. After they got home, Qin Zhao didn't waste a second in pulling Feilai to the sofa. Feilai knew how Qin Zhao was. He would have sex every single day unless her period came. As soon as her period ended, Qin Zhao would come on even stronger. He hadn't touched her in 3 days now. As soon as they got home, his true nature showed. Qin, did you remember what I said when you went there? What did you say? I want the skeleton of a beast. Oh, yeah? Did you bring it back? Yeah. Where is it? You'll see it when we move into our new home, Qin Zhao said. I can't bring it out now. What is it like? Anticipation filled Feilai's face. She really couldn't wait anymore. Qin Zhao looked around. Princess, move the sofa a bit. Princess pushed the sofa aside, opening up empty space in the living room. Qin Zhao got up. He pointed at the space. The next moment, a huge skull appeared in the living room. Merely the skull was 2 meters long. It obviously wasn't from a regular creature either. There was a pair of horns on it, and 2 huge cuspids in the mouth. Wow! Feilai's eyes shone. What creature's skull is this? She wasn't afraid. After all, she'd experienced some supernatural things before. It wasn't surprising to see a weird skull with Qin Zhao anymore. She'd seen living ones before. A dead one was nothing. How big is it in total? Around 10 meters long, Qin Zhao said. It should be some crawling creature. We can put it in our basement. Is there a living one? Feilai looked at Qin Zhao with bright eyes. After seeing the dead one, she wanted to see a live one. Qin Zhao was silent for a bit. After we move, I'll show you a legendary creature. Legendary creature? You mean something that appears in myths? Qin Zhao nodded and Feilai clung to him. What is it? I'm not telling you now. There are less than 10 days. You'll definitely know by then. There are 10 more days. It's soon. But I can't wait. It won't be fun if you know now. Plus, I can't show you even if I want to. It's not with me right now. Fine. Feilai was curious, but she didn't press on. The night was long. Shortly after Qin Zhao and Feilai returned to their rooms, moans started up. But just then, Qin Zhao's phone rang. Chinese man. It was Reia's voice. Qin Zhao hung up without saying anything, but his phone rang again. He shut it off without answering and continued with Eveleigh. But a short while later, a woman's voice sounded outside the house. Reia. Your lover found your home? Eveleigh said, riding Qin Zhao. Princess. Qin Zhao called from inside the room. Chase the person away. Chapter 365 I'm not here to borrow money. Chapter 365 I'm not here to borrow money. Roar. When Princess appeared, horror was written all over Reia's pretty face. She sat on the ground and began to scream as loudly as she could. Having never seen such a terrifying creature before, she backed away with her buttocks rubbing against the ground. However, after she backed away for a meter, Princess stopped chasing her. Instead, Princess sat at the door and stared at her. Only then did Reia stand up. She still took a few steps back and watched Princess from a distance. Not a wild bear? No, a wild bear couldn't have entered this place. It was Beverly Hills, after all. It was impossible for such a dangerous beast to appear here without alarming the security. Is the bear his pet? Mr. Qin, come out! Can you hear me? Reia shouted at the villa. Fuck! Half naked, Qin Zhao stood at the windows and cursed. Are you insane? Reia saw Eveleigh, who only had her bra on, beside Qin Zhao and roughly knew what they had been doing. Come down. I need to speak to you. Give me half an hour. No, I want to speak to you now. You either leave now or wait for half an hour. Ask the bear to leave. I'll wait for you inside your house. Princess, come back. Princess turned around and left. Reia was still somewhat scared of Princess, not daring to go too close to her. After entering the living room, Reia realized that there were many frightening eyes staring at her. Immediately, she regretted coming in. Nevertheless, euphoric screams were heard from the bedroom on the second floor very soon. Another woman received mental pollution from Qin Zhao and Eveleigh. Reia bit her lower lip, her eyes filled with anger. Half an hour later, the voices still did not stop. Reia could not take it anymore. It was too torturing. No normal lady could tolerate it. Reia only regretted not bringing a gun. If she did, she would definitely charge into the bedroom and kill the bitch couple. Mr. Qin, it's almost an hour! Reia had to remind Qin Zhao. However, the screams in the bedroom became increasingly loud and hurried. Finally, in an eruption, the voices subsided. After a few more minutes, Qin Zhao walked out in a pair of loose shorts. Reia glanced at Qin Zhao's strong and aesthetic body and swallowed some saliva uncontrollably, after which she quickly lowered her head. She could feel her cheeks growing hot and sweat seeping out from her forehead. She did not even know where to place her hands. Indeed, she looked very panicked before Qin Zhao. Miss Reia, please sit. Why are you standing? Reia tried to calm down. Mr. Qin, I need your help. Look at my family of pets. My life's already tough enough. If you're here to borrow money, the door is over there. Please. Reia was furious. Would I even borrow money from you? I'm not here to borrow money. Oh, why didn't you say earlier? Reia realized that she would always become very impatient in front of Qin Zhao. Because you were dragged away by the killer whale 2 days ago, my sister has hydrophobia now. Wait. If you're here to question me, I don't accept it. You asked me to make it realistic, and I did. Wasn't that realistic? And then you tell me your sister has hydrophobia. What's this? I'm not here to blame you. Reia was even more impatient. Can you let me finish first? Fine, go on. I want you to appear before Rena, Reia said. Isn't that simple? Bring your sister to me, no? The thing is, Rena isn't even willing to leave the house now. She closes herself in a small black house every day. With her temper, she'll only be a pest to the world if she comes out. I feel that keeping her in the small black house isn't that bad after all. Qin Zhao did not care about Rena at all, by whom he was truly disgusted. Rena isn't as bad as you think. She's just a kid. Stop whitewashing your sister. Don't forget what she did to me. Also, is your definition of kid a bit too broad? Just tell me what you want so that you can go and see Rena. It's late. Goodbye. Rhea slapped a check onto the table. Qinzhao looked at it and sat back onto the sofa. I'm busy tomorrow morning, so afternoon. Time, venue. Oh, you're not trying to deceive me and kill me, are you? I want you to go tonight. Rhea sounded firm. Do you know what time it is now? Not even 10. Are you sure that if I go now, she won't think I'm an evil spirit looking for revenge? Rhea still compromised in the end. Tomorrow afternoon. I'll send someone to fetch you. In the morning, Eveleigh went to work. Qinzhao slowly got out of bed. Blackie, I got you a very large castle when I visited Hell. You don't have to build it yourself anymore. How big is it? About 5 or 6 times bigger than your last one, and 3 to 4 times taller. Qinzhao said. What? I think the space crevice isn't large enough. Then how? I need to expand the crevice. Lend me some demonic crystals. Qin generously gave Blackie some demonic crystals as he asked. By the way, apart from the castle, there's also about 1,000 underlings, and maybe a dozen wyverns. Can I place them in the crevice too? Sure. Anyway, you don't have to rush. Let's go to the hospital first and heal your patient. Dr. Ants, are you the doctor checking my father today? Suma Leaders walked into the ward and saw her father's doctor before the bed. Ants Ronan turned his head and looked at Suma. Miss Suma, is there another doctor apart from me? Don't we have a new neurosurgeon a few days ago? He's an Asian. Our hospital does not have an Asian doctor, not even an Asian staff, Ants Ronan said. Are you sure he said that he's a neurosurgeon? Yes, I am certain, Suma said with a serious tone. What did he do to Mr. WAT? Check up. Anything else? He inserted very thin needles into my father's head. Ans's expression changed. You sure? Yes, doctor. Is he not a doctor in the hospital? Absolutely not. If there's a new neurosurgeon, I cannot possibly not know it. But why would he pretend to be a doctor here? Was he wearing a doctor's white coat? No, he was in casual wear, but there was a female doctor beside him. She's from this hospital. I've seen her a few times before. It's the female doctor who told me that he's the new neurosurgeon here. Chapter 366 Conflict. Chapter 366 Conflict. Do you know which doctor is it? What department? A very pretty female doctor, Sumalita said. I think her name is Four? Dr. Four? Are you sure it's her? Yes, I'm sure. Miss Suma, please come with me, Ants Ronan said. I'll give you an explanation. Ants wasn't sure what Four's motive was. He wasn't sure if there were any negative effects either. However, a doctor from another department was taking an outsider to do unpredictable tests and treatment on his patient. He must take this seriously. Otherwise, if anything happened to the patient, he would definitely be the one responsible as his doctor. Ants knocked on Four's office door. Seeing him outside, Four immediately stood up. Mr. Ants, how may I help you? Four, you must explain why you took an outsider to see my patient. Four froze. This was difficult. How could she explain? She couldn't explain at all. The most important thing was that she'd lied in this. Now that her lie was revealed, she felt the trouble coming. That's my friend. He's an expert in this. I think he can awaken the patient. Four could only lie through her teeth, continuing to turn Qin Zhao into an expert. If Ants knew that Qin Zhao was an illegal doctor, the problem would worsen. By expert do you mean a Chinese man who likes poking needles into people's heads? How can you call that unscientific thing medical knowledge? How did you get your license? How did you get into UCLA? Ants Ronan was furious. Hearing Ants's unfounded accusations and insults toward Qin Zhao, For lost her temper too. Dr. Ants, I understand if you don't accept traditional Chinese medicine and are angry that I found an outsider to interact with your patient. However, you can't deny a medical system. You can't deny something that you do not understand. For had once been a staunch believer in modern medicine. But after getting to know Chen Zhao, she realized that Chen Zhao's methods had shadows of Chinese medicine. Perhaps he was able to have such unprecedented skills because he was an expert in both Chinese and modern medicine. Because of this, For even went to read books about Chinese medicine. Unfortunately, the translations couldn't accurately describe the essence at all. Even reading it was difficult. Anyway, I don't allow it. You brought an outsider to interact with my patient without my permission. You must come with me to explain to the director. Suma didn't say anything the entire time. She just stood to the side and watched their argument. For was helpless. She could only follow Aunts to the director's office. Knock, knock. Come in. When Aunts, For, and Suma entered, they saw that Director Kathuri and Tim Waltz were both there. Haha. Tim, let me introduce you to the two best doctors of our hospital, Kathuri said, a bit proud. Dr. Aunts, a neurosurgeon. He's the best in this profession and was once the chief physician and doctor in charge of New York NG's hospital. Then he pointed to For Johnson. I know Dr. For. I approve of her skills and professionalism. Tim Waltz nodded, continuing. Miss For, I am the only shareholder of Chantilly Hospital now. I've already bought the entire hospital. Are you willing to become the chief physician of your department? I object. Taken aback, Kathuri stared at Aunts Ronan in shock. Aunts was very talented, but he didn't understand how to act. Before coming to Chantilly Hospital, he'd been kicked out of New York NG's hospital for offending their shareholder. Now, he was going up against Tim Waltz. This was practically suicide. Aunts, what are you doing? Tim is the shareholder of Chantilly Hospital. He has the right to appoint anyone, including me, the director. Director, Mr. Waltz, For may be a skilled doctor, but I do not approve of her professionalism. Aunts was emotionless as he spoke. A doctor from another department getting involved in a doctor's treatment wasn't approved of. Bringing in an outsider to treat a patient was even illegal by law. Director, I suggest firing Dr. For now and investigating this, Aunts said. I suspect that she and that man have done substantial harm to my patient. The man she brought used acupuncture on my patient. Thus, I seriously suspect that she and the man have harmful intentions. Kathuri's expression grew troubled. Tim Waltz had just bought the hospital, and this kind of situation happened under Kathuri's watch. It felt like even he was in danger. Deep inside, he blamed Aunts for saying this in front of Tim instead of in private. Wasn't this just to cause trouble for Kathuri? But now that everything was revealed, he couldn't cover it up anymore. Miss For, can you explain? There's nothing to explain. I admit my mistake, but I still insist on my view. Chinese medicine isn't without any benefits. We can't view it as witchcraft just because we don't understand it. Then I will fire you temporarily and make a final decision after we investigate this thoroughly. Wait, Tim interrupted. After hearing Chinese medicine and acupuncture, the first person he thought of was Chen Zhao. Miss For, the man that Aunts mentioned who performed acupuncture on the patient, is it Mr. Chen? Chapter 367 didn't come at the right time. Chapter 367 didn't come at the right time. Yes, it's him. For nodded. Kathuri looked at Tim Waltz, confused. Mr. Tim, do you know him? Yes, Mr. Chin is the person I admire the most. To me, he's the best doctor. Actually, I bought Chantilly Hospital in the hope that he could become the vice president here, Tim Waltz said, looking at Kathuri. He had deliberately told Kathuri so, hoping that he could understand the situation. If Kathuri still allowed the conflict to continue, the vice president would become president. As a mature and smart man, Kathuri clearly understood what Tim meant. Mr. Tim, since you approve of him, he must be an outstanding doctor, which means For wasn't wrong. But the next time you make any decision, do talk to Ans first lest there is another unnecessary misunderstanding. Kathiri was already planning to end the conflict, but Ans Ronan clearly did not get his intent. Then what's Mr. Chen's specialty? Where has he worked at? Does he have any contributions? Has he published any papers? He's a TCM professor at UCLA, For answered. It was Qin Zhao's only appropriate identity. But I still don't think that his treatment has any effects on my patient. Now I really suspect UCLA Medical School's professionalism. Kathiri was really astonished. Ans was too brave. Does your family know that you speak like this? If the people from UCLA hear your words, they'll actually dig your ancestors' graves, you know? Kathiri even forgot that someone in this very office had graduated from UCLA Medical School. For's hair stood up in anger. Mr. Ans, do you dare to be responsible for your words? Everyone had feelings for his or her alma mater. Humiliating For's alma mater and questioning its professionalism before her had turned her into an irreconcilable enemy. How can a person who performed acupuncture on a patient's head before a thorough checkup be a college's medicine professor? How do you know that he didn't perform a thorough checkup? Do you think that a thorough checkup can only be achieved by a precise machine? Do you think that the only correct data are the ones produced by a machine? Of course, Ans replied confidently. If a machine judges a person as being dead, must it be accurate? Although that's not guaranteed, it's definitely more accurate than a person's judgment. For looked at Tim Waltz. Tim finally said, Dr. Ans, now I start to suspect your professionalism. Mr. Tim, did I say something wrong? Not long ago, my son was pronounced dead by a machine. His EEG and ECG readings were all 0, but a person insisted that my son wasn't dead. He saved my son from the hands of death and completed a surgery that 4 doctors could not, Tim Waltz said. Is that person Mr. Chun? Ans was surprised. He originally thought that Qin Zhao was only a fraudulent amateur and did not expect him to actually be a doctor. Of course, Ans still upheld his view. So he's a cardiology expert. Why did he treat a neurology patient? Why can't a cardiology expert be a neurology expert? I don't think that there's a more professional neurosurgeon in this hospital than me. More importantly, I don't think that TCM and acupuncture have any effects on my patient. That's why you're so narrow-minded, For said in response. All right, you two stop arguing. Doctor. For, since you think that Mr. Chin can heal Ans's patient, can you invite him here? I didn't say that he can definitely heal the patient. Ans's patient is in a vegetative state. Vegetative state? Kathiri was surprised. After arguing for so long, he discovered that the patient was actually in a vegetative state. It was not a condition that could be actively cured by modern medicine. What's there to argue about? So all you've just said are based on something uncertain? Just like how Dr. Ans couldn't wake the patient, I'd never promised that my friend definitely can. All right, this thing's over. I believe that Dr. For and Mr. Chin have no evil intentions. They were just trying to help the patient out of goodwill. Kathiri could only try to reconcile the group and end the argument quickly. Ans still wanted to say something, but Kathiri immediately waved his hand and stopped him. If the conflict were to continue, something unexpected might happen. Qin Zhao had saved Tim's son's life. Even if Ans was correct, could they even send Qin Zhao to the police station? Go out now. Just then, someone stuck his head into the room. For, are you busy? I need to speak to you. Everyone looked at the person outside the door. Ans immediately pointed at Qin Zhao. You're the person whom For brought here to treat my patient randomly, right? Huh! Qin Zhao did not expect this to be exposed. Were they in the middle of an argument? Shit, I didn't come at the right time. Qin, why are you here? The nurse told me that you're here. Answer me, why did you perform acupuncture on my patient? Do you know that your action can be very dangerous for the patient? Ans roared and pointed at Qin Zhao as if he had the goods on Qin Zhao. Treatment of course. Or else? You think I was trying to kill him? Who are you to interfere with my patient? I can wake him up. Ridiculous. He's been in a coma for 5 years. From his EEG, he has almost no brain activities. There is no sign of him waking up. You can't do it, doesn't mean others can't. The data obtained with your machines might not reflect the patient's full condition, Qin Zhao said. So you're saying you can wake the patient up? I can, but because he's been in a coma for too long, he'll probably lose some of his memory. Qin Zhao looked at Suma. Ms. Suma, are you sure that you want me to wake your father up? Can you really wake him up? Chapter 368 Awaken? Chapter 368 Awaken? Yes. Qin Zhao nodded. Bullshit. Aunt scoffed. You know nothing about the patient's condition. Four was worried too. Chen, do you really have a solution? Don't force yourself. The first 2 times that Qin Zhao had come to check on WAT leaders, he'd been clueless. This was why Four worried Qin Zhao had purposely said this so he could get out of trouble. I came today just to awaken the patient, Qin Zhao said. Miss Suma, will you be able to accept it if your father loses a part of his memory? Yes, I can. As long as he can wake up, I don't care if he can remember me. I want him to wake up, instead of sleeping on the bed like a piece of wood. Miss Suma, he's lying to you. Ants tried to convince Suma to be on his side. What if I succeed? Then I'll quit, Ants Ronan said determinedly. Don't. That's boring. How about we do something more realistic? If I win, you give me your salary this month. How about that? Everyone's expressions turned strange. You're such a good doctor. Why do you want someone else's salary? And if you couldn't do it? I'll give you however much your salary is. I don't need your money. I just want you to never step foot inside Chantilly Hospital. Sure. Qin Zhao shrugged. Can you prepare a room for me? I don't need a surgery room. Just an absolutely silent room. And I hope there's no camera. I'll allow it, Tim Waltz said. WAT leaders was pushed into an ICU room. Four stood at the door. Chen, are you sure you don't need help? Or any machines? No need. Please don't disturb me before I come out. With that, Qin Zhao closed the door. Tim Waltz also wanted to see if Qin Zhao really could awaken someone in a coma. Blackie pulled his soul out. Blackie pulled out Wit's soul. The wooden figure appeared before Qin Zhao. Blackie, give me a soul fragment. Qin Zhao took the fragment that Blackie gave him and started extracting the essence from it. If the soul left the body after it died, it would slowly lose its sense of self and memories. This was different from souls left in the human world. Those were formed by human will and contained the deepest impressions. These wills greatly affected the soul's actions. Because of these deep thoughts, their actions would be extreme or radical. This was why most souls left in the human world were known as evil spirits. Blackie's soul fragments were from evil spirits. They obviously couldn't be pieced together like a puzzle to form a complete soul. However, they could be smelted and have their soul essence extracted. To souls, soul essence was the purest nutrition, especially for damaged souls. The essence could heal their injured parts. The essence extracted from a dozen soul fragments filled a small bottle. Qin Zhao poured it on Wit's head and then cast a spell so the essence could quickly fuse into his soul. Nourished by the soul essence, Wit's soul suddenly reacted. It was like enjoying something it was addicted to. It's still not fully mended, Blackie said. There are some cracks in his soul. Only one bottle couldn't fully heal Wit's soul. Qin Zhao created another bottle and repeated his actions. Wit's soul suddenly woke up in shock. It looked around. Where am I? Okay, I'll put it back into his body. Blackie grabbed Wit's soul and stuffed it into the body. Ah! Suma broke through the door and rushed in at once. Dad! She looked excitedly at her father on the ground. Who are you? WAT asked, confused. Dad, it's me, Suma. No way. Suma is only 8 years old. Who exactly are you? Why are you here? Everyone stared at each other. He lost too many memories, Chen Zhao said. All memories after Miss Suma turned 8 are gone. He turned toward WAT and said, Sir, you were in a car accident 5 years ago, causing you to fall into a coma until today. You're awake now, but you lost a portion of your memories. You and Miss Suma can have a chat now. We'll go out. Ans was lost and in utter disbelief. This is impossible. How is this possible? No. Tim Waltz and 4 were also shocked. Qin Zhao had actually woken up someone who was in a coma for 5 years. Waking up someone in a vegetative state wasn't unprecedented, but most of the time, they would be in a coma until death. Current science couldn't wake up someone whose brain had stopped running. Of course, a brain that didn't operate wasn't the same as being brain dead. These were two different concepts. The former meant that thoughts had stopped but there were still brain waves. Brain dead in medical terms meant actual death. It was an even more direct standard for determining death than the heart stopping. Kathiri was in shock too. Mr. Chen's skills were too powerful. He could even wake up someone in a coma. He was practically the first in the world to purposely and actively wake up someone in a coma. Mr. Chen, I apologize for my words earlier, Aunt said. I accept your apology, but our bet still holds, Qin Zhao clarified. Of course. Aunt nodded seriously. Mr. Chen, I hope I can become your student. After witnessing your skills, I realize that I lack too much. I hope that I can. Stop. I don't have time and don't plan on taking students either. I'm too busy for my own stuff, let alone teach students. But aren't you a professor at UCLA? That's just a title, Qin Zhao said helplessly. I've only taught one class and that was as a substitute. And halfway through the class, one student's heart suddenly stopped. Oh, right, it's Mr. Waltz's son, Hoffman. Please don't pressure me. Then can I stay by your side? You don't need to teach me. I just wish to see you treat your patients. No. Was this a joke? He was an illegal doctor. Was he going to let this man watch how he collected money? Chapter 369 Did you come here to argue with me? Chapter 369 Did you come here to argue with me? Oh, I also need to treat another patient in Chantilly. He's my student. President, sir, may I? Of course. No problem. Didn't you say that you don't accept students? Aunt said in envy. He's my boxing student. By the way, I'm also a boxing coach. If you want to learn boxing, I can teach you. Everyone was speechless. Don't be like this, you're wasting your medical skill. God will punish you. Mr. Chen, can you teach Hoffman boxing too? Tim Waltz did not mind it. Actually, he hoped that Chen Zhao could coach his son. He would be relieved if Hoffman could stay with Chen Zhao. Boxing isn't appropriate for Hoffman. It's best for him to do an hour of aerobic exercise every day. Actually, let him swim. It's more comprehensive. Boxing is mostly anaerobic and isn't good for Hoffman. Okay, I got it. Tim Waltz fully trusted Chen Zhao's judgment now. Chen Zhao did not have to find Tiger surreptitiously this time. Tiger was very cooperative in the treatment. The hospital also turned a blind eye. Tiger's original doctor complained at the start. But very soon, he closed his mouth shut. Mr. Chen, where are you now? Rhea called Chen Zhao. Chantilly Hospital. Are you injured? I'm in a hospital. Why can't I be ill? No, why do I have to be ill? I'm a doctor. Must I be in a hospital to see a doctor? You're illegal. You can't possibly have a client in a hospital, right? Rhea said. All right, give me the address. I'll go there now. I'll go and fetch you. You can't fetch me. All my pets are here. You want to drive a truck here? The place Rena and I are staying at doesn't have an address. Then send someone here to show me the direction. Soon, Rhea appeared before Qin Zhao. She left her sports car in the hospital car park. Nevertheless, when she boarded Qin Zhao's RV, she was still astonished. You drive the RV around every day? The RV's big. Rhea turned her head and saw Princess, as well as her babies, lying on the floor and watching cartoons. Black Ma and White Ma were also running up and down. Rhea kept silent. Isn't it dangerous to live with so many animals? I'm a professional animal trainer. There's such a saying in China, those who drown are all good at swimming. Is it? Did you board my vehicle to argue with me? Rhea began to direct Chenjiao. Indeed, she lived on a remote farm. When Rhea alighted from the van, a few shepherd dogs immediately dashed over and interacted with her intimately. However, when Princess alighted, their hair stood up in fright. When Black Ma and White Ma alighted, they even started to bark wildly. Just then, a quad bike drove toward them. A man with a cowboy hat and in cowboy attire alighted from the bike. Rhea, where did you find him? Is he from the circus? Jimmy, he's here to help Rena overcome her fear. You better respect him. Hey kid, you can enter the farm, but you better look after your pets carefully. My children won't let off those who behave wildly. Chenjiao looked at Rhea. Can I beat him up? Jimmy's face darkened as he stepped forward. Rhea immediately extended her arm and stopped Jimmy. Jimmy! Do you really think that you're the owner here? Rhea, can you not see my love for you? Jimmy said. Chenjiao whistled. Rhea frowned and widened her eyes at him. Hurry up. Chenjiao followed Rhea, while Jimmy was clearly displeased. Rhea, when did I offend him? Chenjiao walked closer to Rhea and pretended to talk to her intimately. Several meters behind them, Jimmy's eyes were burning with fury. Rhea knew that Chenjiao did it on purpose. If the woman you like comes down from another man's RV, what would you think? Rhea, don't go to my house at midnight again, alright? Chenjiao suddenly said loudly. Rhea was so angry that she smiled. Jimmy quickened his steps and grabbed Chenjiao's shoulder. Kid, I'm going to kill you! Chenjiao turned his head and looked at Rhea. Can I beat him up now? Jimmy, if you keep doing this, scram out of the farm. Do not think that this place will close down without you, Rhea said with her face darkening. Rhea, you're chasing me away because of him? Am I not as good as him? You're great, but after flirting outside, remember to clean the lipstick marks on your body first instead of pleasing me with another woman's smell. Jimmy's face flushed. Chenjiao made a weird laugh and followed Rhea into the farm. The main building on the farm was a 2-story wooden house. There was also a stable on the side. When Chenjiao entered the wooden house, he could even smell horse dung. Of course, it was not disgusting. The environment had greatly diluted the smell. After mixing with natural grass and mud, it actually felt somewhat refreshing. You're rich. Why would you live in such a place? There's nothing bad about this place. It's too noisy in the city. Fine, rich people like you just have a different style. Chenjiao shrugged. On the second floor, they stopped outside the outermost room and Rhea knocked on the door. Rena, open the door. Sis, leave me alone. Rena answered in the room. I want you to see a person. I don't want to see anyone. Don't disturb me. Bang! Chenjiao kicked the door open directly. Rhea roared. What are you doing? Let's be direct. I don't like to waste everyone's time. Chenjiao stood at the door and looked into the dark room. Ms. Rena, aren't you happy to see me? Aren't you surprised? Ghost. Chenjiao glanced at Rhea, whose face had already darkened. Look, she's happy. Rhea went into the room at once. Rena, stop shouting. He's not dead. This bastard's not dead. No way. I saw him being dragged away by the killer whale. How can he be still alive? He's a ghost. He came here for revenge. He once said that he wouldn't let me off even if he were to become a ghost. Rena backed away into a corner in fear. The killer whale is his pet. He's arranged all of this and deceived both you and me. Chapter 370. Can I hit him? Chapter 370. Can I hit him? You're lying. How can someone keep a killer whale as a pet? And not in the aquarium but in the sea? Yeah, what kind of person would have a killer whale as a pet? Even Rhea felt a bit crazy, but it was the truth. What could she say? Okay, I came to take revenge. What are you still standing here for? Run! What are you talking about? Rhea was even more furious. I got you here to persuade my sister, not to scare her. But right now, Rena actually brightened as she looked at Qin Zhao. You really didn't die? People were like this sometimes. They didn't know how to think logically and instead had to think the opposite way. Now you're willing to believe me? Why didn't you die? Rena was still confused. Qin Zhao didn't feel like replying to a question that had already been answered. He turned to Rhea. Can I leave now? You think the money is that easy? Fine. What else do you want me to do? If I apologize to you, will you forgive me? Rena suddenly apologized to Qin Zhao. I'll forgive you after getting your sister's check? Can't you reply seriously? My sister is seriously apologizing to you. Oh, I forgive you. You're just patronizing. What do you want me to do? Do you want me to be moved to tears? Is that how I should show that I accept the apology? Can you go horseback riding with me? Rena looked at Qin Zhao tearfully. Don't know how to. Qin Zhao rejected quickly. Horses? He never touched that animal before. Plus, if he fell to the ground, the image he'd worked so hard on creating would be destroyed. Great, Rhea said. I finally found something you can't do. You're not allowed to refuse. Will you pay me more? Don't even think about it. Qin Zhao was never much interested in things that he wouldn't get paid for. The three went downstairs. Jimmy, Rhea called. Lead the horses here. Jimmy and the cowboys pulled many horses out of the stable. Rena glanced at Qin Zhao. I'll let you choose first. They all look the same. Whatever. Idiot. Jimmy's voice wasn't quiet. Everyone present could hear it. Can I hit him? Rhea rubbed her forehead. This was Qin Zhao's third time asking it, but she was more pissed at Jimmy. He really couldn't understand the situation. Jimmy usually just rode horses and hunted, or drank in the local town's bar and got into fights. Maybe he thought he was strong, but Rhea had no confidence in him. He was skilled at hurting. Rhea was afraid that Qin Zhao would handicap Jimmy. Hiring another skilled cowboy would waste a lot of time. This was the reason why she endured Jimmy all this time. Asian, you really think you can beat me? Jimmy wasn't willing to admit defeat before Rhea. He thought that he must build up his image again. I can hit him now, right? Qin Zhao asked again. You really want to fight that badly? Rhea was pissed. I called you here to play with my sister, not for you to beat up my men. Rhea, you think I can't beat him? Jimmy was kind of pissed too. Jarl is laying in the hospital right now. He won't get out of bed in 3 months. It's all because of this asshole. You really want to fight with him? Rhea glared at the dumbass Jimmy. Jimmy didn't mention fighting again. I'm a cowboy, not a barbarian. Coward, Qin Zhao said with disdain. Asian, you dare to compete with horseback riding? Are all your men so shameless? Okay, don't compete. Why do you have to mock me? He's him, I'm me. No, why don't we compete? Qin Zhao said. Let's bet something. Otherwise, it's not fun. How about $1,000? Rhea squinted at Qin Zhao. Are you sure you want to compete against Jimmy? He grew up on a horse. I also grew up watching people on horseback. You live in the plains? No, I saw it on TV. You really want to bet? Jimmy sneered inwardly. Since Qin Zhao wanted to give him free money, there was no reason why he would refuse. Of course. I accept your wager, Jimmy said. Choose a horse. Wait, how will we race? Go around the stable. Whoever does a lap first wins. Any problems? No problem. Qin Zhao nodded. Miss Rhea, which horse is the fastest? Black Cloud? Rhea pointed at a pure black horse. But it was a horse king. No one can ride it. Hey you big black horse, come over here. You can't call it like that. It's not. Black Cloud suddenly broke free from the cowboy's rope and ran to Qin Zhao. Everyone froze. Did this work? I'll ride you later. You better do good. If you lose, I'll skin you. Mr. Qin, are you sure it can understand? Rena stared at Qin Zhao, speechless. Threatening a horse? Could it even understand? Qin Zhao patted Black Cloud's neck and took its reins. Rhea brought over a saddle and personally helped Qin Zhao set it up. Did you choose yet? Qin Zhao asked Jimmy. I choose fire. Jimmy choose a red juju-colored horse. If you dare take a step, Qin Zhao yelled at Jimmy's fire. I'll have that bear eat you. Rena, Rhea, Jimmy, and the cowboys were all speechless. Clown, Jimmy scoffed. Miss Rhea, I really want to hit him. What should I do? If you have the skills, then put it in the race, Rhea mocked. Only a barbarian thinks about fighting all day. Qin Zhao got onto Black Cloud, testing it. Rhea taught him on the spot. Lock your thighs, put your feet on the stirrups, hold the reins with both hands. On the other side, Jimmy was obviously much more experienced. He settled into the saddle easily. Go over to the starting line. Go to the starting line. Qin Zhao patted Black Cloud's neck. The black and red horses reached the starting line. Ready? Rhea asked. Wait, I have something to say, Qin Zhao called. What do you want to say? Qin Zhao turned to fire. I wasn't joking. Just try and take a step. That bear will definitely be waiting at the end. Qin Zhao, enough. Stop fooling around. Ready, go. Let's go. Qin Zhao patted the horse's neck and Black Cloud started galloping. Go, go, go. Chapter 371 Cowboy, you lost. Chapter 371 Cowboy, you lost. On the other side, Jimmy also pulled the reins, but fire would not move at all. Click, click. Jimmy began to panic. Fire was unwilling to go and kept marching on the spot. Rena and Rhea were very confused. Was Fire not moving really because of Qin Zhao's threat? But he was a horse. How could he possibly understand Qin Zhao? Increasingly anxious, Jimmy continued to swing the reins. He tried his best, but Fire just would not listen. Qin Zhao rode Black Cloud at a moderate speed. It was his first time riding a horse. He did not dare to ask Black Cloud to charge. If he fell onto the ground at a speed of a few dozen kilometers, he would be injured too. Nevertheless, even though Black Cloud was running slowly, they would still easily win. After all, Jimmy and Fire were still going around in circles at the starting line. The route was a few hundred meters long. Black Cloud took 2 minutes and slowly returned to his original spot. Cowboy, you lost. No, this doesn't count. You cheated, Jimmy shouted. He could not accept the fact that he had lost to an outsider. In his opinion, it was not his mistake at all. It was the damn horse being disobedient. Jimmy also did not know what was going on. When he rode Fire on other days, such a thing never happened. But today, Fire just would not listen to his commands. Can I beat him up now? Rhea glanced at Qin Zhao. She also found the outcome surprising. However, she could not see any problem, at least not on the surface. Qin Zhao did win. Jimmy, don't let me look down on you. Take the gamble and pay the loss. Jimmy trembled in anger, and very unwillingly took out $1,000. His hands were shaking and he could feel his heart bleeding. His monthly salary was only $3,000. Nobody would be willing to lose $1,000 just like this. Let's have another round. Jimmy looked at Qin Zhao, unwilling to give up. No, it's too boring. You're obviously not a professional cowboy. It was clear that Qin Zhao would not agree. Jimmy felt like vomiting blood. Qin Zhao would not even give him a chance to take revenge. Is there nothing fun at your farm? Qin Zhao was disappointed. I'm leaving. Rhea hesitated for a while. Why don't you stay here for a bit longer? With his back facing Rhea, Qin Zhao waved his hand. Goodbye. Marguerite, I'm at the entrance. Come out and carry the things. Qin Zhao waited at the entrance for at least 20 minutes. Marguerite finally walked out of the forest. He had already stayed in the forest for more than half a month. His clothes were all black and dirty, and his face was also filled with a messy beard. "Come into the van and clean yourself up. I'll carry the things to the cave," Qin Zhao said. Mordery did not want to be overpolite, but when he boarded the van, he saw Princess's enormous body. "Ah, Bear! You've met each other before. She's the one that attacked us back then, but I adopted her and her family later. She's called Princess now. She won't bite me, right?" "No, don't worry. Princess, come and carry the stuff." Mordery watched as Princess actually stood up and carried a huge bag on her paw. To be honest, Mordery really envied Qin Zhao. Having lived in the cave for so long, he knew very well the taste of loneliness. If he could tame an animal into a pet just like Qin Zhao, it would make an excellent friend. After showering in the RV, Mordery felt really refreshed. Qin Zhao had brought him many items, all of which he needed urgently. "You had a fight with someone?" Mordery discovered the bruises on Qin Zhao's face. "Had a conflict with a girl. She asked a few people to beat me up. Do you want?" When Mordery was in deep trouble, only Qin Zhao was willing to help him. When he was in his most dangerous moment, Qin Zhao even saved him unconditionally. Hence, he was willing to do anything for Qin Zhao. "Stop, it's just a girl. Don't be so serious." Qin Zhao looked at Princess. "Princess, bring Briar and Bramble away before they dirty Mordery's new blanket." "Chen, how did you tame her?" "I can't really teach you," Qin Zhao said with a bitter smile. Mordery had only asked out of curiosity. "Never mind. Bring me some game consoles next time. I feel like going insane here." Qin Zhao also wanted to help Mordery to get out of his predicament. But he did not know how. Mordery was now being hunted by both legal and illegal parties. His social network was almost useless. "By the way, I'm probably going to Sacramento for a few days, so I won't be able to visit you." "All right." Mordery was really grateful to Qin Zhao. Qin Zhao had a long chat with Mordery, who had such a lonely time in the forest. He had too much to tell another person. When Qin Zhao was about to leave, he could clearly see the reluctance in Mordery's eyes. "Mordery, the next time I come, I'll bring you a pet." "Sure." Mordery nodded firmly, his eyes flashing with anticipation. "Why are you so late today?" "Went to see an old friend." Home was always the most relaxing place. When Qin Zhao returned home, the anxiety that had followed him for the entire day vanished. Qin Zhao hugged Eveleigh and did not harass her, which was really rare. "Eveleigh, have you applied for leave?" "Yes, Robio approved it." "How many days?" 5. 5 days, that's nice. When we come back, we can get ready to move house." Qin Zhao hugged Eveleigh tightly. "Oh, is 4 going with us?" Eveleigh asked. "I told her about it, and she said she would consider it. As her sister, you should probably talk to her yourself." Eveleigh took out her phone at once and called 4. So are you going to Dad's birthday?" "Let me think about it. Chen and I are leaving the day after tomorrow." "What do you have to think about?" "The day after tomorrow? Isn't it on the 18th? We can't go on Dad's birthday itself, right? I'm really busy here." "Which means you're not going." "I'll think about it." "Again? Just tell straight me if you're going or not." "Alright, I'll try my best. I'll give you a reply tomorrow." "Great, I'm waiting for good news." After Eveleigh hung up, Qin Zhao said, "If 4 isn't going, we won't have a driver anymore. If she hears that, she'll die of anger. Perhaps I should teach Princess how to drive." Qin Zhao muttered. "Even if she learns it, she won't get a license. You need to have a dream. What if it comes true?" Just then, Qin Zhao received a call. He took out his phone and realized that it was from Pierce South. After their cooperation at that time, they had gone their separate ways. Why would Pierce call Qin Zhao? Chapter 372. The story starts with an impotent king. Chapter 372. The story starts with an impotent king. "Hi, Chen. Have you eaten?" Chen Zhao thought that Pierce South had purposely gone to learn how Chinese people greet each other, but it sounds weird coming from a foreigner's mouth. Pierce, please get to the point. My time is precious. Chin, don't act like we're unfamiliar. After all, we've gone through dangers and challenges together. I think we're friends now. Friend, please get to the point, Chen Zhao said impatiently. Friend? Chen Zhao really didn't dare to be friends with an old fox like Pierce. I want to buy some things from you. What things? That Chinese painting, the sailor's diary, and copper smoker. Chen Zhao was surprised. He'd sold the smoker long ago, and not for a low price either. The painting and diary were still laying in his spatial ring. Was there anything special about them? He'd planned on hanging the painting in his new bedroom. As for the diary, Mr. Doman had appraised it and said it had no value, no artistic value and no historical value. Chen Zhao suddenly remembered that Pierce hadn't seen that painting before. But as a Chinese, Chen Zhao had naturally chosen it. He'd sold the smoker through a legit channel, Mr. Doman's company auction. It wasn't a secret either. So, Pierce didn't want the painting or the smoker. Instead, he wanted the diary that Mr. Doman had said was valueless. He just mentioned 3 things to confuse Chen Zhao so he wouldn't raise the price. The diary's owner was a Spanish sailor called Bellard Canvas from the 17th century. It was a diary of his voyages. I'm sorry, Chen Zhao said. I've already sold these 3 things. It seemed that he had to find someone to reappraise the diary and translate the content. Shin, I'm willing to pay a high price. Oh, what price? $400,000. What do you think? Chen Zhao kept rolling his eyes on the other end of the phone. Was Pierce actually stupid or just pretending? Mr. Doman had bought the smoker for $350,000. If Pierce offered $400,000, it meant that he'd only pay $50,000 for the diary that he truly wanted. This could confuse the other party, but once they perceived his true intentions, it would only cause them to be guarded against him. Basically, this old fox wanted to get what he wanted but also wanted to take advantage. Sorry, bye. Wait. Chun, we can negotiate. Okay, old fox. If you can't move me with your next sentence, I'll put your number on the blacklist. Come on. Didn't we have a nice partnership? Bye. Do you want a royal family's treasures? In the movies? Please, it's a real royal family's treasures. Do you know the war for the inheritance of the Spanish throne near the end of the 17th century and the beginning of the 18th? No. Basically, England, France, Netherlands, and Austria all participated in the war. Isn't it the Spanish throne? What does it have to do with these other countries? Anyway, there's a king called Carlos too. He had problems and couldn't have any descendants, so he wanted to pass the throne on to the grandson of Maria Theresa, sister of the French king. But in his will, he required that France and Spain could never be merged. Then England thought that France wanted to take over Europe, so they came out to cause trouble. Also, Leopold I, the Emperor of the Holy Roman Empire, Duke of Austria, King of Bohemia and Hungary, wanted his younger son Duke Charlie to inherit the Spanish throne. He thought that Spanish Princess Maria Theresa had promised to give up the Spanish throne for her descendants when she married the French King Louis XII. Get to the point. Chen Zhao's thoughts were in a mess. European royalty loved marriage alliances and then caused a bunch of problems afterward. Anyway, the Spain-French alliance lost to the anti-French alliance. The Philip family was worried they'd all get killed, so they had the son escape from Spain. He began his refugee life on the sea. This son chose the alias Bellard Canvas. And then? On the surface, Bellard Canvas looked like a regular sailor, but he was actually the leader of a pirate fleet. Between 1714 and 1740, he attacked more than 100 merchant ships in the Spanish seas. So you're saying that the diary doesn't have records about royal treasures but pirate treasures? Chen Zhao asked. After a pause, Pierce said, Yes. Chen Zhao felt like Pierce was hiding something, so he asked, While fleeing for his life, did this Bellard Canvas bring some memento to prove his identity? If a member of royalty was fleeing, they'd have to bring a royal item with them to prove their identity when needed. This made more sense. Plus, since Pierce had mentioned royal treasures, Chen Zhao refused to believe that it had nothing to do with royalty. Pierce finally spoke. As the grandson of King Louis XI, Philip the Apostle arranged for his son to flee and gave him the King of the Sun golden chalice, bestowed upon him by Louis XI. Chen Zhao knew that some Louis XI from France called himself the King of the Sun. He'd been really cocky when he was in power. King of the Sun golden chalice? Chen Zhao touched his chin. So you're saying that the most valuable thing is the King of the Sun golden chalice? No. It's precious, but you can't sell it for money. Why? It's a magic tool. It was made from the blood of the top 100 strongest witches of that time. Anyone who drinks wine from the cup will receive a witch's entire magic power. This King of the Sun golden chalice can produce 100 strong magic warriors. Of course, if the warrior dies, his magic power returns to the cup. You want the King of the Sun golden chalice? Yes. Of course, we can share it. But this diary was burned. I appraised it once and the expert said that it's useless, so I didn't save it carefully. My house got set on fire. You must have heard about it, right? My diary was inside my house and was destroyed in the explosion. What? It's such a precious diary. How could you be so careless? I didn't know, Chen Zhao said helplessly. Chapter 373 Departure. Chapter 373 Departure. Do you remember its contents? Pierce South sounded rather desperate. What do you think? Is it really destroyed? Pierce South was still unwilling to give up, hoping that Chen Zhao was just lying. Even if the King of the Sun golden chalice really exists, I'm not interested. Actually, Chen Zhao was not uninterested, but he did not want to cooperate with Pierce South. In their last cooperation, Pierce did not do much, and yet he benefited more. Chen Zhao was clearly unhappy about it. It was not how cooperation should work. In the end, Pierce South hung up, disinterested. The next day, Chen Zhao did not go out. Instead, he stayed at home and packed what he could. After all, he was going to move to a new house after returning from the journey. He planned to give his old home appliances to Sienna and the rest. In fact, giving one's old appliances and furniture to others is quite a common thing and not embarrassing at all. When some people are about to move, they will even tell their neighbors to come and take their unneeded furniture if they want them. They might donate the last few pieces to charities, which will eventually be given to homeless people. Of course, Chen Zhao did not have much to give. Most things in the villa were not his, after all. He would certainly not give something that did not even belong to him. Shortly after he gave Sienna a call, Sienna, Chris, and Cheryl showed up. To them, nothing was too old. For example, toasters and dishwashers were perfectly good as long as they were functioning and not broken. Indeed, they were very excited to obtain these appliances for free. Chen, if there's anything else that you don't need, remember to tell us. The three received more than 10 appliances of various sizes. By the way, how are you doing in Movich's company? Nothing's happened till now. Supernatural events don't just happen every day, Sienna said. Mr. Chen. Cheryl lifted her head and looked at Chen. Call me Chen, just like they do. Chen, can you invite Mr. Werewolf here again? I have some questions to ask him. What do you want to ask? Recently, I find it more and more difficult to control my emotions during a full moon. I want to know what I should do. I can ask him for you, but it won't be easy to invite him here, Chen Zhao said. Sienna and Chris had also heard from Cheryl that Chen Zhao knew a real werewolf. They were actually not surprised by this. After all, in their eyes, Chen Zhao was a mystery. There was therefore nothing strange about him knowing a real werewolf. Just then, Four arrived and saw Chen Zhao carrying things around. Sienna, Chris, and Cheryl bid goodbye and left in a car. Chen, are Eveleigh and you moving? Four had gone to Mirror Lake and seen their lakeside villa before. She was actually somewhat jealous that Eveleigh could find such a boyfriend. Not yet, but when we return we should be able to move in. Why are you here? I've decided to go to Sacramento with you. If you're just here to inform me, you could have given me a call. I'm on annual leave, starting from today. I realized I have nowhere to go now, so here I am. Come in and take a seat. Chinzhao poured for a glass of water. Just then, a few more people entered the house. It was Risfar, Laura, Vera, and Ronnie, as well as Laffer. When Risfar saw four, he was clearly stunned. When he was trying to ask Chinzhao to treat his wife, he had investigated four. Johnny, Laura, why are you here? We heard that you're moving, so we came to say goodbye. Please, I'm not leaving America. I'll still be in LA. But it won't be as convenient for us to meet up. Uncle Chin, where are you going? Can we never see Princess again? Can we never see Black Ma and White Ma again? Of course not. You can go to my new house anytime. Now you walk for 20 minutes, and next time you will sit in a car for 20 minutes. It'll be the same. In fact, Beverly Hills was at least an hour away from Mountain Town. The two places were quite far apart. But in order to comfort Ronnie and Vera, Chinzhao deliberately said a shorter time. Is this beautiful lady your friend? Risfar asked despite already knowing the answer. Chin, you were alone with her at home. Aren't you scared that Eveleigh will find out? Laura could tell that Four and Chinzhao did not have a special relationship, but this did not prevent her from teasing Chinzhao. This is Four, Eveleigh's younger sister. Chin, I brought you a bottle of red wine. Let's eat grilled meat and drink this for lunch. I don't mind the combination, but I hope the wine's not over $10,000. I don't want to be that luxurious. Don't worry, it's only a few thousand. Do you really not have any red wine that's cheaper? I mean that is its market price. Is there a difference? Of course. I own the brand's winery, so I determine the price. Four and Laura chatted in the living room, while Chinzhao and Risfar talked in the courtyard. Soon Del and Faith also came. Risfar had called them here. It was like a farewell meal. In the afternoon, Eveleigh also came back early to join the gathering. Four, stay here tonight, Eveleigh suggested. I can stay, but you need to promise me you're not having sex tonight, or I'll kill both of you. All right, I promise, Eveleigh vowed confidently. After all, they were planning to leave the next morning. It would be more convenient if Four could stay over. That night, Chinzhao did not touch Eveleigh, a very rare occurrence. He slept on the sofa in the living room instead. The next day, Chinzhao, Eveleigh, and Four, together with the pets, boarded the RV and departed. Four, can you drive for a while? I'll prepare breakfast. The RV had a complete kitchen. Four sat onto the driver's seat without any suspicion. In the end, just as the RV made its way out of the city, she heard moans from the back. Asshole, you lied to me. You've planned all this. Four cursed as she drove. If the two of you make any sound again, I'll drive the van into the sea. Shit, just be quiet. Four was already mad. Chapter 374 On the Road. Chapter 374 On the Road. After messing around for an hour, Eveleigh put the late breakfast before Four. Four realized that she'd been tricked into being the driver. Right now, Chinzhao and Eveleigh were leaning against each other, enjoying the scenery along the way. Four could only sit behind the wheel. The only thing that comforted her was that a cute little kitty was accompanying her. Meow, meow, meow. Samuel stood on the dashboard and monologued to Four. Human, are you willing to become my follower? I just want to kill that annoying couple. Become my follower and all your wishes will come true. You're so much better. Only you're willing to accompany me. Do you want a bacon sandwich? Very good. I am satisfied with your offering. When I rule the world, you will become my right-hand woman. Just then, a police car in front of them gestured at the RV to stop. Four could only park the car behind the police car. The officer motioned for her to open the door. These highways mostly had state police. They would stop suspicious cars to search. Ford didn't know what she'd done to get the officer's attention, but she still obediently opened the door. "Hello, how may I help you?" Ford asked. "This is your car?" the police asked. "No, it's my sister and her boyfriend's." Ford pointed up. To be honest, it was indeed a bit dramatic to drive a car like this on the road. "I need to go up and check," the officer said. "Be my guest." Not even a few steps later, a bare head suddenly appeared. The officer fell to the ground, frantically trying to pull his gun out of his belt. "Officer, that is a pet. We have a pet license." The officer was still terrified. Are you sure this monster won't eat people?" Princess walked over to the officer. She grabbed an apple from the table and took 2 bites. She seemed to sense that the officer was afraid, so she took another apple and offered it to the officer. "Roar, roar, roar. What is it doing? It's asking if you want to eat it." Just then, Qin Zhao and Eveleigh came down from the balcony. What happened?" "This officer got scared by Princess," Ford said. "No, I was just suddenly." The police glanced at Princess. "It's so big." "Officer, please sit." Qin Zhao sat on the sofa to the side. "Where are you all from?" "L.A." "Where are you going?" "Sacramento." "Why are you going to Sacramento?" "It's our dad's birthday," Eveleigh answered. "We're going to celebrate his birthday. Can you all show me your IDs?" The 3 all took out their licenses. In America, people could usually use their driver's license as their IDs. The officer checked their licenses and returned them after confirming there were no problems. "The speed limit is 60 to 80 kilometers per hour here," the officer said. "You best not be lower than that. I won't give you a ticket this time, but please be careful about your speed. Also, there's been 4 armed car robberies in half a month on this road. You guys should careful." "Thank you for your warning. We'll be careful." When the officer went down the steps, he stopped and said, "Oh, can I have a picture with it, Princess?" "Of course." After getting a picture, the officer left the car, satisfied. But the officer realized the RV didn't start driving. The 3 were instead arguing in the car. The officer tapped the window. "Are you all okay?" "Go drive," Qin Zhao said. "Don't block the road with the car." "This is your car," Ford said angrily. "Why should I drive? Why should I be your chauffeur? Don't be so petty. Just drive a bit more. I'll take your place later. You 2 have been fucking like rabbits the entire morning," Ford roared. "I've had enough." The officer outside looked at Ford with sympathy. This was honestly too much. "Okay, I promise we'll be quieter next time." Hearing this, more murderous intent flared in Ford's eyes. "Don't park here for too long," the officer reminded. "Otherwise, I'll write a ticket." Ford wouldn't compromise at all, so Qin Zhao and Eveleigh's plan was ruined. In the end, Qin Zhao had to drive. Being a road trip driver truly wasn't fun. Thankfully, Eveleigh sat beside him, chatting with Qin Zhao. On the other hand, Ford put on sunglasses, rubbed in sunblock, and enjoyed the afternoon sunlight under the parasol at the top of the car. Eveleigh pointed at the GPS. "There should be a rest station up ahead. We can go there for a break." "Willis, where are you right now?" "I'm on Highway 5, around 120 kilometers from Trolley County. We've already checked the people injured from the 4 crimes. We've discovered that the criminals used a signal disturbance tool, affecting the direction that the drivers traveled in. Those unfamiliar with the route may drive into remote areas. The criminals also set up obstacles along the way. When the driver came out to check, they would attack the driver and the others on the car. There are hundreds of exits on Highway 5. How am I supposed to prevent it? Everyone along the route, watch out. Just patrol your area. If you discover any disturbances with the signal, it may be the criminals." "Okay, got it." Willis continued driving, patrolling on the highway. Just then, Willis saw the RV stopping at the rest stop up ahead. Thinking back to how scared he'd been of the bear, Willis suddenly found it funny. He also parked the car at the rest stop. When he entered the restaurant, he saw the 3 sitting there. Hi, Willis greeted first. Hello, sir, Chen Zhao answered. Want to sit down? Willis sat beside the trio. You didn't bring Princess in? This store doesn't allow Princess, so I left her in the car. The law states that you can't lock pets in a sealed place, Willis reminded. The car has an automatic oxygen system. If it senses that the oxygen level is low, it'll activate automatically. Plus, we only plan on sitting here for 20 minutes. Willis only mentioned it. He didn't plan on making a big deal over it. He knew how amazing the RV was. Chapter 375 The person who last said this to me is long dead. Chapter 375 The person who last said this to me is long dead. We should get going. Goodbye, Willis. After finishing their meal, Chen Zhao walked up and hugged Willis. Oh, let me give you my number. If you encounter any trouble on your way, call me, Willis said. Although they could call 9112, the operator would still redirect the call to him. Calling him straight would save them a lot of time. Trouble? He's not afraid of trouble. Eveleigh glanced at Chen Zhao. She knew how strong Chen Zhao was. For example, just a few days ago, he had beaten a boxer up. Four had told her about it. The boxer had beaten Chen Zhao's student up. Then Chen Zhao took revenge in the same way. Willis smiled and glanced at Chen Zhao. Somewhat skinny and wearing decent clothes, Chen Zhao did not look like he could fight. Nevertheless, men always enjoyed boasting before their women. Willis was not going to expose Chen Zhao here. Have a nice trip, Willis said. In the car park outside the rest area, there was an old Ford Mustang. A man was in the car, drinking some alcohol and looking at the RV not far away. Boss, we found a prey. Activate the interference there and change the road sign. We'll follow them. How many people are there? 3, an Asian and 2 women. The 2 women are really beautiful. The man wiped his saliva, his eyes glowing with lust. Just then, the RV moved. The man immediately started the car and followed it. Meanwhile, Chen Zhao realized that the GPS screen was not changing. Eveleigh, come and take a look at the GPS. I think it's malfunctioning. Eveleigh walked up and checked it. Indeed, it shows that we're still at the rest area. Why would the GPS on such an advanced vehicle malfunction? Even military navigation systems can fail. The quality of the vehicle is irrelevant. Do you want me to drive? Eveleigh asked. No, there are road signs anyway. I can read. Just then, they saw the road ahead split into 2. Chen Zhao checked the road sign and changed their lane. Chen, I think you made a mistake. It's not this way. Didn't the road sign point here? Is it? Eveleigh looked at the road sign who had already passed. It seemed to be pointing in their direction. Never mind, keep driving. If it's wrong, we can turn back. Just as Willis walked out from the burger restaurant, his phone rang. But when he picked up the call, he realized that there was only a cacophony of noises. He could not hear what the other person was saying. Willis tried to call the person back, but it was still noises. What happened? An interference? Willis suddenly recalled that during his conversation with the HQ earlier, he was told that the gang on the road would use signal interference to misdirect unaware drivers. Nevertheless, their signal interference device was not military and could cover at most 10 kilometers. Willis thought about it. There had not been any interference on his way here, so the source must be ahead. He immediately boarded his car and drove toward the northwest. After a few kilometers, Willis saw a road sign. It was clearly wrong. Willis knew at once that the wrong road sign had probably been placed by the gang to misdirect passing drivers. This road is definitely not correct. Actually, even without Eveleigh's reminder, Chen Zhao would have realized it by now. They had already driven into the wilderness. The road was in poor conditions and, with only 2 lanes, was rather narrow. Because of that, it was difficult to turn around. Chen, have you realized that a car has been following us? Chen Zhao also noticed the old Ford Mustang a few meters behind them. He could smell something fishy. Ask for to come down from the roof and close it. If something happens later, stay in the van. Chen, you mean it's a trap? Very likely. Chen Zhao nodded. Eveleigh took out her phone and tried to call the police, but it was unsuccessful. Can you not make a call? My phone has full signal, but it just doesn't work. It's fine. Don't leave the van later. Just leave it to me. For also walked down from the roof. Chen, what happened? Nothing, Chen Zhao said lightly. We took the wrong path. Just then, the expected roadblocks finally appeared. A few logs lay on the road, blocking the path. The car behind also followed them closely and blocked their route of retreat. They could not even turn around. Suddenly, about a dozen people appeared from the mounds by the road. Their leader was a bald man. He had a big beard and was wearing a gray vest. Come out! Everyone on the van, come out now! The bearded bald man shouted. Chun, what do we do? Four was horrified. Nothing, it's safe in the van. As long as we don't leave the van, they can't do anything to us. The RV and its glasses were all bulletproof. It was clearly impossible for them to threaten the people in the van with just the sticks they had. Even if they had iron rods, they would probably need a century to break the windows. Just then, police sirens were heard from behind. Chen Zhao, Eveleigh and Four realized that it was Willis's police car. The three were delighted, thinking that danger was over. However, they clearly underestimated how fierceness of the gangsters. The bald man suddenly took out a shotgun and fired at Willis's car. Bang! The car hood flew out at once, and the police car smashed into a rock on the roadside. Chen Zhao frowned. The gang was more ferocious and dangerous than he thought. It was hard to imagine how such gangsters could even exist here. Just then, Chen Zhao saw a gangster walk toward the RV with a barrel of gasoline. If you still don't open the door, we'll burn the van! The bald man shouted. Chun, what do we do? Eveleigh looked at Chen Zhao in fear. Don't worry, I'm here. I'll go out and talk to them, Chen Zhao said. Don't go out. They're all brutal butchers. Eveleigh pulled Chen Zhao. Chen Zhao shook his head. We don't have a choice. After I go out, close the door immediately. Chen Zhao opened the door and the automatic ladder extended. He strolled down the steps and immediately asked Eveleigh to close the door. A gangster attempted to prevent the door from closing, but Chen Zhao kicked him away right away. Then, the bald man dragged Willis, now covered in blood, in front of Chen Zhao. Willis looked miserable, but his life was actually not at risk. He was mainly injured from the collision. The bald man hit Willis's head with the stock and then pointed a shotgun at Chen Zhao. Ask them to open the door. How much do you want? I can give you money, Chen Zhao said. I want not just money, but also the two beautiful women inside, the bald man said. Chen Zhao's stare turned cold. Do you know, the person who last said this to me is long dead. Chapter 376 Kill a Few. Chapter 376 Kill a Few. The bearded bald guy immediately tried slamming the shotgun onto Chen Zhao, but Chen Zhao grabbed the barrel and twisted. Chen Zhao distorted the barrel directly. Before the bald guy could react, there was a boom. It had exploded. Chen Zhao took 2 steps back, but the bald guy's hands were covered in blood. Kill him! Kill him! Without holding back, Chen Zhao punched the guy in the chest. The guy's voice broke off and he fell back stiffly. Blood sprayed out of his mouth. Chen Zhao's fist was stronger than a person slamming down with a steel hammer. What did it feel like for 1,000 kilograms of force to hit a body? The man was lucky that he didn't get a hole through his body. Chen Zhao held back a bit at the end. After all, there were 2 girls watching in the back. He didn't want to make the scene too bloody, but this bald guy was deader than dead. The surrounding thugs all held bats. Seeing that their boss had been killed, they immediately crowded over. Chun, behind you! Eveleigh saw a thug do a sneak attack on Chen Zhao. The metal bat was going down on his head. The bat smacked against the back of Chen Zhao's head, and he felt pain. After all, he had a body of flesh. Even though he was far better than others in taking pain, it was still painful to get hit in the head with metal. Chen Zhao spun around and punched. He bent both the man and the bat in his hand. He turned toward the group of thugs and smiled menacingly. The thugs still hadn't recognized the severity of this problem. They thought that they still had power in numbers, so they charged at Chen Zhao without any hesitation. On the ground, Willis heard a bunch of noise, but he couldn't get up. He could only tilt his head and watch the thugs surround Chen Zhao and beat him up. Just then, a thug fell down before him. He was shocked. The thug's injuries were horrible. His entire arm was bent unnaturally. Another one came, and a third, fourth. Willis climbed up with difficulty. He realized that there were 7 or 8 thugs lying on the ground already. 3 of them had died. 2 of the dead ones didn't have clear fatal injuries. However, the bald guy's injury was very obvious. His chest had caved in. Another one was kicked meters away. He smashed onto the rock. It didn't look like he was dead, but his condition was bad. Right then, Willis finally understood what Eveleigh had said at the hamburger joint. This guy was too scary. He'd killed and injured dozens of people while only getting a few minor injuries himself. At that moment, the RV's door opened again. Princess, White Ma, and Black Ma joined the fight. With Princess White, she could kill someone with a slap. Black Ma and White Ma stopped the people from escaping. They dragged back whoever dared to run away, bringing them back to Princess to get a slap. Within 10 short minutes, all the thugs were on the ground. Willis estimated that at least 4 or 5 of them had died. Eveleigh and 4 also came out. Eveleigh was alright, but 4 was losing it. She didn't think that the usually smiley Chen Zhao would be so terrifying when he was angry. These thugs were either dead or handicapped for life. 4 helped check Willis's condition, while Chen Zhao searched for the source of the signaled disturbance. Then he called the cops. When the police arrived, they discovered that the scene was much bloodier than they'd imagined. Chen Zhao had acted in self-defense and had saved Willis, so they didn't make it hard for him. However, the 3 were still brought to the nearby police station for a record. The 3 all had legit jobs. Chen Zhao was a UCLA professor, 4 was a doctor, and Eveleigh was a member of the Coastal Rescue Team. These 3 careers were all respected by people. This helped reduce a lot of trouble, even though Chen Zhao was suspected of overreacting. The police wouldn't give Chen Zhao trouble for this. They even spoke up for him. To the police, saving one of their brothers was like saving themselves. Plus, these thugs were all horrible criminals, responsible for many murder cases. Getting killed while committing a crime was just karma. When the 3 left the station, they even had a police car help lead the way. The officer brought them all the way to the patrol area before leaving. However, they'd also wasted 4 to 5 hours. They'd planned on reaching Sacramento at 4 p.m., but they ended up leaving the police station at 3 and they were only halfway there. 4 had the biggest shock, but she was a doctor. She still had a strong heart. She'd seen many dead people before, including those with even crueler deaths. She quickly readjusted her mindset. However, she'd gotten a new understanding of Chen Zhao today. He seemed so harmless usually, but he was actually terrifying when angered. The 3 didn't reach Sacramento until about 9 p.m. Eveleigh, when will you and 4 come? Mom and I finished cooking dinner, but you're still not here. Laurent called to hurry them again. Our car broke down along the way, Eveleigh said. We were delayed for a few hours. She and 4 had agreed not to reveal what had happened today, so Laurent and Winnip wouldn't be worried. Laurent and Winnip lived in the suburbs of Sacramento. They had a small farm. The RV passed by a rye field and finally stopped before a white 2-story house. They're here. Get ready. Mr. Laurent. Howard's voice sounded in the darkness. Don't worry. Everything is set. That circus bear won't hurt Eveleigh and 4, right? That bear had grown up in the circus. It was tamed long ago. Plus, the circus Mr. Grom is here. He's the best beast trainer. Grom patted the brown bear beside him. The bear licked Grom's palm, seeming very docile. Don't worry, Mr. Laurent. Prince will complete this mission beautifully. Remember your mission. Scare that bastard. It's best if you can make him piss his pants. Kareem, is your camera ready? Ready, Mr. Laurent. Kane, if Eveleigh and Four enter first, pull them aside beforehand. Understood, Kane answered. But Mr. Laurent, are you sure Chen won't kill us? Howard and Kareem couldn't help but shudder. The memory was still fresh. Back then, Chen Zhao had been tricked by them and was locked in the freezer for hours. The next day, he tossed them into the sea for hours. To be honest, they weren't willing to help Laurent, but they couldn't refuse Laurent's wheedling and coaxing. In the end, they agreed with this plan. It was a given that they also felt resentment toward Chen Zhao. Chapter 377 Prince and Princess. Chapter 377 Prince and Princess. Why is the house dark? Four asked in confusion as she looked outside the window. Are they not at home? They had just made a call when they arrived in Sacramento. Laurent and Winnip did not say anything about going out. Chen Zhao looked at the house. Do you want to bet that your dad has prepared a trap and is waiting for me to enter? Very likely, but isn't he afraid that the two of us will go in instead? Four asked. He must be thinking that if the house is dark, I won't let the two of you walk in front, Chen Zhao said. No way? I feel that Chen and Dad had a good time in Los Angeles. Eveleigh might be the only optimistic person. She had always thought that the relationship between Laurent and Chen Zhao was excellent. After all, they had spent 2 days playing outside. Chen Zhao also seemed to respect her father a lot. Of course it's meant to be a joke. Chen Zhao shrugged. No matter how old men are, they always like to make fun of each other. It's how we express our friendliness. Eveleigh asked. Then what will you do? Don't tell me you're going to beat my dad up. Of course not. I'm a pacifist. Both Eveleigh and Four rolled their eyes. They wondered who had just beaten a few gangsters to death. Turn the lights on the van off. Princess, go and knock on the door. Eveleigh and Four glanced at each other, starting to worry for their father. They hoped that he would not have a heart attack. Princess moved her giant body and approached the door. Knock, knock. Everyone in the house began to feel nervous. Laurent even cursed in the darkness. This bastard, doesn't he know how to ring the doorbell? Knock, knock. The door was smacked again. Facing Kane, who was hiding beside the door, Laurent said, Mr. Graham, ask Prince to stand before the door. Kane, get ready to open the door. 3, 2, 1. Prince stood before the door, with Graham hiding behind him. Standing up, Prince was a 7 meters tall, 400 kilograms heavy adult male brown bear. He could easily cover Graham's body, who would be able to give him commands instantaneously. Kane opened the door and Graham asked Prince to roar at once. Roar! Prince roared, but right away, the larger figure outside the door also roared. Roar! Everyone covered their ears. In his panic, Kane accidentally pressed the light switch beside the door. Immediately, everyone saw a terrifying monster, thrice the size of Prince, standing outside the door. It had just produced a deafening roar. Whimpering, Prince turned around and fled in fear, knocking Graham over in the process. In the house, the faces of Laurent, Kane, Kareem and Howard paled. Where did the monster come from? Fire, fire! Shoot it now! Mr. Laurent. We didn't bring our guns. Just then, the giant entered the house. Everyone realized that it was a brown bear too. However, the originally huge Prince now looked as tiny as a bean. Roar! The enormous bear roared again. Its voice was more like thunder. Everyone covered their ears, their faces filled with pain and horror. It was too frightening. Where did such a horrible, illogical monster come from? Everyone felt that they were dead for sure, especially Graham, who was lying just before Princess. Princess only had to open her mouth slightly to bite his head off. Prince, in his fear, stuck his head under the table, but his big buttocks were still outside. Princess strolled into the house as if she was patrolling her own territory. She looked at all the people present. Woof! Just then, Black Ma and White Ma ran in. Black Ma, White Ma! Great, it's them! Come and save us! Laurent shouted in delight. Quickly chase this monster away! However, they ignored Laurent's call for help. Instead, they ran into the kitchen and took out a packet of dog food each with their mouths. They tore the packaging apart, pouring the dog food everywhere on the floor, after which they started eating. You bastards! Think about how well I treated you in Los Angeles! Laurent shivered in anger. Dad! Eveleigh and Four finally entered the house. Leave quick! It's dangerous here! Laurent shouted at once. Dad, don't be scared. This is Princess. She doesn't bite people. Princess? What princess? She's Chen's pet, Eveleigh said. What? That asshole's pet? Laurent's face flushed. Where's that asshole? Hey, Laurent, how you doing? Chen Zhao stood at the door and waved at Laurent, but his eyes glanced at Howard, Kareem, and Kane. You three, hello, ha? Mr. Laurent, I have something else. I need to leave now. Me too. Me as well. The three turned around and attempted to escape. However, the doorway was blocked by abitos. The three stopped and were unable to move forward or backward. Don't you have something? Why aren't you leaving? By the way, where's Mom? Eveleigh and Four realized that Winip was not at home. Laurent kept silent. Chen Zhao said, He's put in so much effort to plan the prank. Surely he can't allow Winip to be present. He must have found an excuse to make Winip leave. Dad, how old are you? Can you stop playing such a boring game? Four widened her eyes at Laurent. Why do you only target me? He almost shocked me to death just now. Well, you asked for it. Four was not going to submit. Are you still my daughter? Four, look at your sister. She won't treat me like this, right? Defeated by Four, Laurent could only find some comfort on Eveleigh. Dad, can we not have such a dangerous joke again? Dangerous? I've hired a professional animal trainer. Also, this bear has been raised in the circus since young. He's very obedient, Laurent said angrily, his eyes widened. But you have such a huge monster. She's the dangerous one. Don't say that. Princess is not dangerous. Eveleigh immediately talked back, as if she was protecting her own kid. The animal trainer Grom also said, Prince is the safest bear in the world. Eveleigh and Four glanced at the bear named Prince. Indeed, upon seeing Princess, he tried to hide under the table in fear. Now, he was holding tightly onto Grom's leg, his face filled with tears and his body trembling. He seemed to be very safe. Chapter 378 Rich Man's Daughter. Chapter 378 Rich Man's Daughter. After paying him $1,000, Grom finally left with the trembling prince. Chen Zhao brought Kareem, Howard, and Kane to the field to talk about life. Four and Eveleigh sat in the living room. When is Mom coming back? Eveleigh asked. Speaking of Winip, Winip's car was already parked outside. Four, Eveleigh, you're here. Did Laurent do anything weird? Winip clearly knew about Laurent's prank, or had guessed his plans. Laurent and Chen Zhao had always been rivals. After hearing that Chen Zhao was coming, he plotted with Kareem, Kane, and Howard for 2 weeks. Winip didn't want to dampen his enthusiasm since it was almost his birthday. Winip, your 2 daughters almost scared me to death, Laurent immediately complained. Roar! Just then, Princess came out of the kitchen. Winip had a fright. This is Chen's new pet, Eveleigh said. Winip thought for a moment and glanced at Laurent's expression again. She immediately looked at him with sympathy. Winip had a special love for animals. Whether they swam in the water or ran on land, she loved them all. Eveleigh, is this Chen's birthday present for Dad? Mom, Chen didn't bring out his present yet, but you'll definitely like it. Why will I like a gift for your dad? Dad won't refuse either. What exactly is it? It's not time to take it out yet. For, what are you giving me? I'm here and I'm the best gift. Dad, what do you think? Laurent drowned himself in beer. He didn't dare to say no, because then Four would definitely lose her temper. Four didn't have a good temper like Eveleigh. She'd been obstinate and stubborn since childhood. Where are Kareem, Kane, and Howard? How come I don't see them? And Chen? Laurent didn't want to answer, but Eveleigh said. Chen said he hasn't seen them in a long time, so he pulled them out to talk. Eveleigh didn't notice the sympathy in the other's eyes. What could Qin Zhao pull them out to talk about? An hour later, Qin Zhao and the 3 bodyguards finally came back. After everyone settled in, Laurent secretly called Kareem. Kareem, are Kane and Howard sleeping? Mr. Laurent, please let us go. We really don't want to play with Qin anymore. Qin Zhao had given them a very nice talk. Now, they'd rather die than pull a prank on Qin Zhao again. His pets were getting more and more terrifying. More importantly, Qin Zhao was petty. He would make them pay for every prank. They couldn't beat him either, so they were always pushed onto the ground and dragged around. Don't you want to take revenge? Revenge? How? We've never succeeded against him. This is why we can't let him go. Think about it. We don't know when he'll come to Sacramento again. We must leave a deep impression for him in these few days, even if we get hit. Easy for you to say, Kareem thought. No matter what, you're his father-in-law. He hits us, not you. This is Sacramento, our turf. Are you going to surrender just like this? Mr. Laurent, do you have any plan? Come to my room. We'll talk about it. Isn't Boss in your room tonight? She's sleeping with Eveleigh and Four today. The 3 bodyguards snuck to Laurent's room. The 4 of them started discussing. In the morning, Qin Zhao stretched and got up to open the window. He was met with the sweet fragrance of the field. The environment was great here. The surrounding acres all belonged to Laurent and Winnip. Eveleigh and Four were like a feudal lord's daughter. Adding on Winnip's chain store, they were authentic rich beauties. When Qin Zhao went downstairs, Eveleigh, Four, and Winnip were making breakfast. Qin Zhao kissed Eveleigh. Dear, what plans do you have today? Mom and Eveleigh are going shopping with me to buy Dad a gift. Four said. What about me? You and Dad can stay home. Fine. Qin Zhao shrugged. He just wanted to have a peaceful morning. Hopefully, Laurent wouldn't cause any trouble. A while later, Laurent, Kareem, Kane, and Howard came downstairs one by one. Hearing that the women were leaving, their eyes shone and kept darting at each other. After a while, Winnip, Eveleigh, and Four went out. Qin Zhao lay on a recliner in the yard, enjoying the warm sunlight. Qin, get up, Laurent said, coming to Qin Zhao. We'll go have fun. I'm not going. Qin Zhao didn't even have to think to know that Laurent was plotting against him. Don't be so boring. Get up. What about Princess and the others? Just leave them at home. Kareem and Kane can take care of them. Fine. Kareem and Kane all let out relieved breaths. Not having to face Qin Zhao directly was the best news for them. I want to stay home and take care of them too, Howard said, looking depressed. There are so many pets. Kareem and Kane might not be able to take care of them all. Laurent gave Howard a look. Finally, Howard agreed unwillingly. Princess, Black Ma, White Ma, Abitos, if I don't come back in 4 hours, eat Kareem and Kane. Kareem and Kane were speechless. I think Kane can take care of them by himself, Kareem said immediately. How about I go with you all? Laurent, where do you plan on taking me to? If it's another childish prank, I advise you to reconsider. Eveleigh isn't here, so I won't go easy on you. You're my father-in-law when Eveleigh is here. When she's not, you're just a sack of meat. Don't end up hurting yourself later. Qin, why don't you trust me? Laurent looked at him, hurt. Why should I trust you? Qin Zhao rolled his eyes. They were all adults. Why should Qin Zhao trust him? They both knew how the other was thinking and they both disliked each other. Okay, I'll tell you the truth. You must pass my test if you want to be with Eveleigh. Even if you don't agree, I'll still be with Eveleigh, Chen Zhao said nonchalantly. You can't do anything about it. This wasn't some old-fashioned society where marriage had to follow the parents' wishes. I won't give my blessings even if you and Eveleigh decide to get married. You might not care, but will Eveleigh not care? Whatever, let me just kill you now, Chen Zhao said, annoyed. Chapter 379 You daughter will never get married. Chapter 379 You daughter will never get married. Chen, don't say that. Then why do you keep putting me in difficult positions? Chen Zhao said, displeased. Laurent turned his head away. Chen Zhao was not a father, so he could not understand how it felt to see his daughter being pursued by an unsatisfactory man. Anyway, do you accept it or not? Chen Zhao thought, fuck, I'll do it for Eveleigh. Just tell me what you want me to do. First, I want you to fight with a lion to prove that you're brave enough. You mean a cougar? Chen Zhao asked. Of course not. Even I can beat a cougar up. I mean an African lion, Laurent said. Howard, stop the car. I'm leaving. Chen Zhao's face darkened at once. If you reject this, it means you don't have enough courage to protect Eveleigh, Laurent said with a serious tone. But you're just trying to kill me. Only a madman will play this game with you, Chen Zhao said, rolling his eyes. Even if you want to torture me, can't you find something more realistic? Answer me, if one day Eveleigh is surrounded by a group of lions, will you fight to protect her? If it really happens, I will. That's it. Prove to me now how much you love her. I still think that you're mad, Chen Zhao said. You just don't love Eveleigh enough. This being the case, you should break up with her. Don't tell me you require a man to fight with a lion before he can become your son-in-law. It's just for you. Why are you so unsatisfied with me? Have you forgotten? The first time we met, you made me pee my pants. It's the humiliation of my life. Do you think I should be happy with you? You asked for it yourself. You even threw me in the sea. You asked for that one yourself too. Is it that difficult for me to win once? You want to win, or you want me to let you win? Laurent stared at Chen Zhao, gritting his teeth. Anyway, I won't bless you and Eveleigh. Then let me tell Eveleigh what you just said. I want her to know how childish her father is. Indeed, Laurent was defeated and quickly said, this is a conflict between men. Don't get Eveleigh involved. But you keep using Eveleigh as an excuse to attack me. All right, I'll be direct. Either you let me win once, or you let me realize that I'll never win. Otherwise, at any time and place, I'll be finding trouble for you. Chen Zhao turned his head and looked at Laurent. So if I fight with a lion, you will never disturb me again, right? Yes. Do you promise? I promise. Chen Zhao thought about it. He should be able to fight a lion. He just had to carefully dodge its claws and teeth, since he was definitely stronger and faster than a lion. All right, but it's America. There are no African lions. A delighted smile finally appeared on Laurent's face. I know the zoo director here. Chen Zhao glanced at Laurent. Did he really have to devise such a plot? Laurent had probably contacted the zoo long ago and was waiting for Chen Zhao to jump into the trap. When they arrived at the zoo, the director came. It was an old black man who seemed to be in his 60s. His hair was already gray, but he looked very energetic. Laurent, are you still alive? Charmin, I won't die before you do. It seemed like Laurent and the zoo director were very close friends, or they would not have spoken in such a way. Charmin looked at Chen Zhao and asked, Is he the one? Yes, it's him. Chen Zhao felt that Charmin was staring at him with a strange look. Was it because he was about to fight a lion? Young man, are you sure you're taking the lion fight? Can I quit now? If you escape now, I'll look down on you forever, Laurent said. Chen Zhao felt that Laurent's trap would not be this simple. All right, Charmin, bring us to the African paradise. The zoo had great facilities and many tourists. The group of people strolled here and there as if they were visitors. On their way, Charmin introduced to them the various sections. Some were open to visitors, while others were restricted. Some tame herbivores were even interacting with visitors under the guidance of zoo staff. Soon, the group was brought into a seemingly high-tech building. The building was mostly white, surrounded by thick tempered glass walls. Zoo staff would occasionally be seen walking around. Charmin looked at Qin Zhao. Are you sure you're ready? Yes, I'm ready. Charmin then looked at Laurent. How about you? Of course. I'm not the one going into the lion's cage, Laurent answered, unconcerned, as he glanced at Qin Zhao. Charmin pressed a button on the remote control he was holding. The glass door opened, inside which there was another metal isolation door. Beyond the metal door was an environment that simulated the African grassland. It was about 100 square meters in size, with rocks, water, and grass. A glass cover acted as the roof. It was 3 meters high and very transparent. You can enter now, Charmin said. Qin Zhao walked past the doors, which then closed. Nevertheless, he could still see Laurent and the rest through the floor-to-ceiling glass walls. Qin Zhao looked around and did not see any lion. Where's the lion? Qin Zhao asked Charmin, who was on the other side of the glass walls. Just then, at the far end of the field, 2 metal isolation doors rose. Qin Zhao saw more than 20 lions behind the 2 doors. One of them was an adult male, while the others were females and cubs. Finally, Laurent smiled, as if his plan had worked. Open the doors. Qin Zhao knocked on the glass. His plan was to fight with one lion, not an entire lion family. You can still admit defeat now, Laurent said with an evil smile. He had been waiting for this moment, the moment Qin Zhao admitted defeat. Laurent, don't be so childish. Open the doors. No way, unless you admit defeat. If I die here, how will you answer to Eveleigh? If you admit defeat, you won't die. Mr. Charmin, I believe you're rational. You won't do such a stupid thing, will you? Realizing that Laurent just would not give up, Qin Zhao turned to Charmin, hoping that he was logical. I watched Eveleigh grow up. I don't want her to spend her life with a rogue. So you either break up with Eveleigh now, or die inside. Shit, Laurent, how have you been describing me behind my back? Qin Zhao was furious. Charmin thought that he was a rogue? Chapter 380 Pride of Lions. Chapter 380 Pride of Lions. Qin Zhao had a feeling. Coming out of Laurent's mouth, he was a lazy gangster and player. Howard, if you open the door, I promise I won't hit you. Howard looked awkwardly at Qin Zhao on the other side of the glass. This is your family matter. You guys shouldn't involve me. Qin Zhao slammed a fist on the tempered glass. Duong. Nothing happened to the glass, but Qin Zhao's fist was in great pain. Tempered glass was as hard as iron, and this one was more than 10 centimeters thick. Even Qin Zhao's inhuman power couldn't damage it. Mr. Qin, Charmin said. These are wild lions. They haven't gone through any taming, so you better agree to leave Eveleigh. Otherwise, you'll end up as their meal. Qin Zhao looked at the 3 men outside. When I come out, I'll lock you all inside. Duong. He used more force this time. The entire tempered glass vibrated. The 3 all retreated in shock. Just then, the 2 doors opened. Charmin, why did you open the door? I got scared. Charmin had accidentally pressed the remote when he gotten scared. Seeing that the door was open, the lions came out immediately. The lions were already walking toward Qin Zhao. Open the door! Laurent yelled. Open the door! This was just a prank. He didn't want Qin Zhao to really die in there. But now, the situation was completely unplanned. I can't. There's a heat sensor inside that automatically senses if the lions are there. If they are, the door can't be opened. Qin Zhao looked at the incoming lion pride and rubbed his forehead. It seemed that he could only face them. Kids, come here. The male lion ran over to Qin Zhao with some wariness. The lion cubs were curious about Qin Zhao. They wanted to run over, but the lioness stopped them. Qin Zhao waved. Come here. After eating the beast language stone, Qin Zhao had the ability to communicate with wild animals. This didn't mean that he could speak in their language, but that he could understand what they were thinking. The beasts could also understand his words. Of course, he couldn't communicate with every beast. Some had low intelligence, and only had their instincts and wildness. Lions didn't have low intelligence, though. They were even smarter than bears and wouldn't only think of eating. Cats all liked to play. Of course, they all wished to kill more. Roar! The male lion roared at Qin Zhao, but Qin Zhao could tell its emotions from the voice. Your mental state isn't well? Arg! Come here. I'll take a look. The male lion went over to Qin Zhao and lay down. Qin Zhao also sat on the ground and patted the lion's fur. This lion was actually a bit smaller than a brown bear. It wasn't as scary as imagined. Of course, to regular people, the lion was still the killer of the plains. The three outside the tempered glass gaped. Charmin, are you sure that lion is wild? Untamed? Of course. This pride was just brought over from Africa. They're hard to tame, so we haven't revealed them fully to the public. Then, why aren't they attacking Qin? How would I know? Mr. Laurent, you forgot that Qin can tame beasts. Charmin, is that how you tame beasts? No way. When a beast trainer starts, they have to tie up the beast and then whip it so it's scared of the trainer. Then I don't know. I've never run into a situation like this before. Charmin looked at Qin Zhao and the lions surrounding him. They didn't seem to want to attack him at all. Cats actually all love to be petted. Qin Zhao was petting the lion's fur, making it really relaxed. As for the lion's mental state, just think of its harem. It had to mate dozens of times per day. It was easy to imagine why it was in a bad state. Qin Zhao fed it some medicine to recover its energy. As for more, Qin Zhao was powerless too. The cubs went to Qin Zhao too. They kept jumping up, trying to attract his attention. Mr. Laurent, what do we do now? A bit horrified, Howard watched Qin Zhao interact with the lions peacefully. They were in a very awkward situation. If Qin Zhao died in the lion cage, they would definitely be responsible. But if he didn't die, then they would be the ones dying. When Qin Zhao wanted to take revenge, he never showed any mercy. Shen, I think we should have a nice chat. Laurent called Qin Zhao through the floor-to-ceiling window. Qin Zhao ignored Laurent. He continued talking to the pride of lions. To be honest, he wanted to take the male lion, but taking it alone wasn't suitable. After all, it had its own family, but Qin Zhao couldn't take them all. Charmin called the zoo staff. When the staff saw someone with the pride, they were all terrified. They hurriedly changed the electric circuit, and Qin Zhao finally came out. However, Laurent and Howard had already escaped. Anger simmered inside Qin Zhao. That old Charmin kept apologizing to him, but if apologies worked, then why did people need the police? Mr. Charmin, if you agree with my conditions, I won't report you and your zoo. If you don't trust me, I can make the zoo go bankrupt. What conditions? My condition is... Qin Zhao whispered in Charmin's ears. This? Charmin looked at him with a troubled expression. Mr. Qin, your request is a bit too much. I'm afraid I can't agree. Then maybe you should get to know my lawyer. Mr. Qin, I was tricked by that old bastard, Laurent. You should go find him. I'll definitely go find him, but no one can escape. Mr. Charmin, have you thought it over? Oh, attempted murder has a sentence of 3 years, right? Charmin shuddered. Okay, I'll agree. That's good. This'll be all for now. What else do you want? I'll tell you later. Qin Zhao didn't live here. He was going to leave Sacramento in a few days. He didn't feel much animosity toward Charmin. After all, he just wanted the best for Eveleigh. But Qin Zhao would never forgive that old asshole Laurent. That asshole dared to do any kind of prank. If he hadn't run so quickly, Qin Zhao really would have tossed him into the lion cage. Chapter 381. I'm thinking about how to kill you legally. Chapter 381. I'm thinking about how to kill you legally. When Laurent and Howard returned home, Winip, Eveleigh and Four were already there. Dad, why are you back so early? Where's Chin? Did he not come back with you? He said that he wasn't feeling well and left first. Is he not home yet? Laurent's look was drifting away. Winip glanced at Laurent. Having lived together for so many years, she knew from Laurent's look that something was wrong. Laurent, what did you do again? What? I don't understand. I'm a bit tired. I'm going to rest in the bedroom. Winip looked at Laurent. After all, it was his birthday. She did not want to put Laurent in a difficult position before his daughters. Soon, Qinzhao came back carrying a cake. Chen, why are you only back now? I went to buy Laurent a cake, Qinzhao said, smiling. Did Laurent make another trap for you today? Why would he? We're good buddies. It was as if Qinzhao had already forgotten about what had happened. Just then, Howard, Karim, and Kane walked down from upstairs. Qinzhao immediately shouted, Hey, Howard, Karim, Kane, where are you going? Laurent's birthday party is starting soon. Where are you going now? Winip also asked. Although the three of them were her bodyguards, they had been staying with Laurent most of the time. Therefore, they had no reason to be absent for Laurent's birthday party. The three looked at each other and finally looked at Qinzhao. Kane and Karim had already heard from Howard about how Qinzhao was closed in a lion's cage. Last time, Qinzhao was closed in an ice storage room for 8 hours, and then he forced them to swim in the sea for a few hours. This time, Laurent's plan was even worse. Importantly, the three of them had helped in the planning. They were really worried that Qinzhao would crucify them. Nevertheless, Qinzhao would not assault them in front of Winip and the rest. They could go and hide outside for a few days. We have a buddy who's severely ill. He's in the hospital now and we need to go and visit him, Karim said with a serious face. They were all retired soldiers, even comrades, so the excuse was reasonable. Oh, must you go today? His condition is critical, so we have to go now. Karim nodded. Yes, we're afraid that he won't be able to wait for much longer, Kane said. All right. Quickly go then, Winip said. The three tried to control their fear and boarded the car calmly. Then the car fled from the farm at full speed. Let me go out and make a call, Qinzhao said. Karim, your phone is ringing. Why ain't you picking it up? It's from Chin. Karim's expression was somewhat unnatural. We've already escaped anyway. Let's go somewhere and hide for a few days. As long as we don't return to Sacramento while he's here, he can't do anything to us. Pick up and listen to what he has to say. Karim put Qinzhao on speaker. Hey Chen, what is it? Don't you feel that your pants are slightly tight now? What? Karim adjusted his sitting position in discomfort. Is your thing very hard now? Oh, it's not just you. Kane and Howard as well. The three looked at each other. They could not help but put their hands into their pants and make some adjustments. The condition will persist for an entire day. Ha! Chen, this isn't a big problem, right? We'll each find a woman later. One is probably not enough. You need to find a few more. After all, after 24 hours, you'll never be interested in women anymore. Chen, stop scaring me. I don't believe that such a thing will happen. Whatever. Goodbye. Qinzhao hung up. The three people in the car looked at each other in hesitation and doubt. Was he being serious? I don't know. It's impossible, right? Karim sounded uncertain. But I need to find a woman right now. I feel like my thing is going to explode. The three reached the urban area and headed toward the red light district directly. An hour later, the three drove out from the red light district. How was it? Was it fun? I'm still hard. I didn't come. I couldn't. Me too. Me too. Is this really going to continue for a day? Suddenly, Kane pulled his thing out of his pants. What are you doing? We're not interested in your D***CK. Mine has turned purple. I think mine has as well. Me too. If this really continues for a day, I feel that we will really become impotent. Chen wasn't joking? Maybe he's really not. Their faces paled. They had already realized the severity of the problem. Qin Zhao's words might actually come true. The more they thought about it, the more scared they were. What now? You want to go back? Chen will kill us. But if we don't, we'll be soft forever. How? We're doomed either way. Let's go back. Finally, Cain made up his mind. Are you not scared of Chen? I am, but are we really going to avoid him for our entire life? Sounds reasonable. Let's just face him. Cain, Kareem, Howard, why are you back? Didn't you go and see your ill comrade? Actually, he's already dead, so we think that Mr. Laurent's birthday party is more important now. Fine, as long as you're happy. Where's Chin? Cain asked. Outside, I think, Eveleigh said. The three found Qin Zhao near the creek by the farmland. At the moment, he was soaking his feet in the water, his pants rolled up from the cuffs. Hey Chen, what are you doing here? Daydreaming. You must be thinking of something important. Cain was forcing a conversation. Kareem and Howard stood at the side awkwardly, not knowing what to say. I'm thinking about how to kill you legally. Ha! This joke isn't funny. Their smiles were worse than crying. Do I look like I'm joking? Qin Zhao turned his head and looked at the three. Chen, we were not involved in this. It's all Mr. Laurent. Actually, we wanted to stop him, but he didn't listen. Chapter 382 Golden Key. Chapter 382 Golden Key. These three cronies were always present when causing trouble. But when they had to take responsibility, they would push all the blame onto Laurent. Qin Zhao didn't think that they were innocent. No one could escape from the blame. Anyway, Qin Zhao didn't plan on letting any of them go. No one can escape. I'll take care of all of you. Chen, just tell us what we have to do to be forgiven. I haven't decided. I'll tell you all later. Then, can you take care of our problem right now? We've been hard for more than 2 hours now. Having a boner for 2 hours was definitely not a happy thing. They felt that they'd definitely be disabled if this persisted. Then how about you help me brainstorm how to punish you all? If I like your idea, then I'll help you take care of that problem. The three almost broke down. You want to punish us and ask us to help think of an idea. And the idea has to satisfy you? Just kill us. How about we help you prank Mr. Laurent? These three shameless bastards could sell out their boss without hesitation to save themselves. Laurent won't escape either. His fate has already been decided. You don't need to worry. It'll be better for you to think about how to pay for your sins. The three shuddered. Seeing how stubborn Qin Zhao was, their heads hurt more. Of course, their dicks hurt even more. It felt like it would explode soon. We'll do whatever you want. Cain was about to cry. How far is it to town? Qin Zhao asked. A few kilometers. I got it, Kareem said, a light bulb going off. You want us to run to town, right? Don't worry. We can definitely do it. It's not that easy. Run there and run back? Qin Zhao nodded. The three felt overjoyed. It was easier than they'd imagined. Running 10 kilometers was indeed tiring, but it'll be better than their situation now. Plus, even though they'd left the army, they were still in shape. Take off your clothes and run. What? All three of them cried. You heard me. I want you to run 10 kilometers nude. You're humiliating us. Yes, I'm humiliating you all. You think we'll agree to such an insulting request? Cain glared at Qin Zhao with clenched teeth. I was going to have you three men have a round with each other. Are you sure you won't run? The three quickly took off their clothes. What a joke. They were all straight and having sex with their friends was disgusting. Qin Zhao happily returned to the house. He didn't know what Eveleigh for, and Winip were talking about, but they seemed happy. Chen, where's Cain and the others? They didn't find you? Oh, they might not be in a good mood. They went out for a run. Run? Winnip was confused. Are they in a bad mood because their friend died? Is Laurent still in his room? Chen Zhao asked. He might be too tired from earlier. He's old, after all. Just then, Winnip's phone rang. Seeing the caller, her expression turned uncomfortable, but she still picked it up after a few rings. Hi, it's Winnip. Mrs. Winnip, please help us. If you take our products down, our farm really will go bankrupt. I'm sorry. I can't tolerate it. Your products have severe product violations. I can't allow your products to appear in my supermarket anymore. Mrs. Winnip, I promise our products won't have the same problem anymore. I swear. No. There's nothing for us to say. You can try another supermarket. Winnip's attitude was firm. If there's nothing else, I'll hang up. Goodbye. When Winnip hung up, Eveleigh saw her expression. Mom, what's wrong? Your business made you upset? A rancher actually mixed meat of a cow that had died of sickness into the high-quality beef and was put on our shelves. My workers discovered it. There's no point in wasting time talking to people like that, Eveleigh said. Just put him on the blacklist. Whatever. Let's stop talking about these unhappy matters. Winnip clapped. Putting away her upset feelings, she rose and walked to a shelf. She took out a detailed mahogany box. You and Eveleigh are moving to the new home, right? Eveleigh told you? Chen Zhao was surprised. This is for you. Chen Zhao accepted the box. Opening it, he saw that it was a dazzling golden key. This? Winnip, what is this? It's for you. I know that when you Chinese people move to a new home, family and friends would give some symbolic things. I don't know what to give, but this key has been passed down through many generations in my family. I'll give it to you now. I hope you can treat Eveleigh well. Mom, if you give Eveleigh and Chen this key, then what about me? For asked, jealous? I'll give you my business when you marry your invisible boyfriend. How's that? I don't want that. For rejected quickly. I like my current job. Chen Zhao considered it. He didn't refuse the gift. The key was expensive, but to Chen Zhao and Winnip, it wasn't too bad. Plus, he really did like this. Oh, Chen, Eveleigh said. Go get Dad's gift. Oh, you two prepared a gift for Laurent? Winnip really wanted to know what they prepared. Chen Zhao went to the RV and took out a pot of strange red flowers. Winnip and Four were confused. Why was he giving flowers as a birthday gift? Were these flowers expensive? Did they have some special meaning? Mom. Eveleigh whispered in Winnip's ears. Winnip's eyes brightened. Really? Of course. I promise it'll be helpful. Great. I love it. Four was still confused. Eveleigh, isn't this a gift for Dad? Why is Mom so happy? Not telling, Eveleigh said, grinning. Mom. Four glanced at Winnip, but she also shook her head, not telling Four. You're all isolating me. I'm upset, Four said in mock anger. Unfortunately, no one paid attention. Four grew more and more curious. What exactly were these flowers for? Just then, Winnip's phone rang again. Seeing the number, her brows furrowed again. What? Is it those guys again? No, it's the town's police station. Chapter 383. Please come and bring these 3 perverts back. Chapter 383. Please come and bring these 3 perverts back. Hi, I'm Winnip. Winnip, Ayad here. Ayad, what is it? Winnip sounded like she was chatting with a friend. I just received a complaint that a few people had been running naked near the town. I sent a few police out and caught the 3 perverts. How is that relevant to me? The 3 perverts are Cain, Kareem, and Howard. Spit. Red wine spouted out from Winnip's mouth. What? Cain, Kareem, and Howard had been running on the streets naked. Winnip was so angry that she almost smiled. You are serious? Yes, do you need to talk to them? Give the phone to the three assholes. Hi, boss. Winnip heard Kareem's dispirited voice. Could you please come here and bail us out? You three bastards, do you want to be fired by me? Winnip roared. Mom, what's wrong? Eveleigh and Four had no idea why Winnip was so furious. Winnip, they lost a bet to me, Chen Zhao explained. So they went running naked? Chen Zhao shrugged. Yes. Winnip did not know whether to cry or laugh. Go to the police station now and bring them back. Chen Zhao drove Winnip's car to the police station in town. At the moment, the three bodyguards each only had a pair of shorts and a blanket on them. They were sitting on the chairs in the station, their heads lowered. Excuse me, you are? A stout police asked. I'm here to bail them out, Chen Zhao said. Did Ms. Winnip send you here? Yes. All right, it's $1,000. Please sign here. After signing, Chen Zhao brought the three out of the station. Okay, we're good again, Chen Zhao said with a smile. He had reconciled with Kane, Kareem and Howard, but definitely not Laurent. Chen Zhao was not going to let Laurent off that easily. Chen Zhao would let him have an unforgettable birthday. When the three returned home, Winnip's face was still rather chilly. She pointed at all of them, including Chen Zhao, and scolded them in anger. How old are you already? Don't you feel embarrassed to play such a childish game? The four thought, why don't you scold your husband? He's the most childish one. Of course, Winnip was not really planning to fire the three of them. After all, they were very professional and, more importantly, trustworthy. In the end, Winnip used the party as a reason to end the scolding. The four conscientiously went to the kitchen to help Winnip. Chin, did you go to the supermarket when you went to town to bring them back? Winnip saw Chen Zhao carry an entire cow thigh into the kitchen. It weighed at least 50 kilograms. Yup. Do we need so much food, though? We won't be able to finish them. Winnip, you've forgotten about Princess and the rest. I eat a lot, too. How much is a lot? I eat about 10 kilograms of meat every meal, Chen Zhao said. If Princess really wants, she can eat 50 kilograms of food every meal. Black Ma, White Ma, Walter and Abitos each can eat almost as much as I do. The eyes of Kareem, Kane and Howard almost dropped out. So much? It was no wonder that Chen Zhao was so strong. The three of them combined could not finish that much food. You sure Princess won't eat all your money away? It's all right. In fact, Chen Zhao had some financial pressure. After all, he had to spend about 10,000 on food every month. Kane, Kareem, there's another cow thigh outside. Bring it in. Howard, go to the backyard and prepare a barbecue stand. Very soon, both the interior and the exterior of the house were filled with the aroma of meat. Unable to tolerate any longer, Princess approached the barbecuing Howard, wanting to have a piece of meat first. Howard did not dare to reject Princess's request, so he could only cut off a piece. In the end, all the pets ran to him. Usually, when Chen Zhao was in Los Angeles, he would not eat that much food in a single meal. It was weird to eat 10 kilograms of food all at once, after all. On the other hand, he would keep eating. As long as he was free, he would eat snacks or something to fill his stomach. Hence, there was always a large amount of food stored in his RV. Eveleigh and Four also entered the kitchen, helping to prepare the food needed for Laurent's birthday party later. In the evening, Laurent finally came down from upstairs. He had mustered his courage and believed that Chen Zhao would not assault him before everyone else. In fact, it was the case. When Chen Zhao saw him, his face was filled with a bright smile. It was as if Chen Zhao was only looking at a good friend and had no other intentions. Nevertheless, Laurent knew that Chen Zhao would place him on the barbecue stand if he had the chance to. After 3 or 4 hours of busy preparation, everything was finally ready. Eveleigh and Four even prepared a crown for Laurent. Dad, happy birthday! Chen Zhao took out the big cake that he had bought on his way back. Laurent, cut the cake! Laurent stared at the cake, trembling. Did Chen Zhao put any drugs in the cake? Kareem, Kane and Howard thought so as well. Laurent cut the cake and gave Chen Zhao a piece at once. Chen, come, this piece is for you. When Eveleigh saw Laurent give the first piece of cake to Chen Zhao, she was delighted. She was convinced that her father and Chen Zhao were really close. Thank you. Chen Zhao took the cake and started eating. When Laurent saw this, he heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed like the cake was fine. He gave a piece to everyone and took the last one. As much as he hated Chen Zhao, the cake was delicious. Laurent, try this. Chen made them. Winip took out a large plate of dumplings. These are dumplings, right? I've tried them before, but I don't like them. Laurent was worried that Chen Zhao had poisoned the dumplings. All right, we'll eat them then. The group took a few dumplings each and there were not many left. Watching everyone else eating in relish, Laurent could not hold it anymore. Chen must have put in a lot of effort to make them. I'll have some too. Give me more. As Laurent ate the dumplings, he kept guessing in his mind. The dumplings are fine. What exactly is wrong? Laurent glanced at Chen Zhao with the corners of his eyes and saw a sneer on Chen Zhao's face. There's definitely a problem. What is it? Laurent absolutely could not tell what had gone wrong. Chapter 384 Laurent's Nightmare Birthday. Chapter 384 Laurent's Nightmare Birthday. Laurent, you really love Chen's cooking, right? Winip teased, seeing how he was into the food. How about we have him stay in Sacramento? This way, you can eat his food every day. It's SOSO, Laurent criticized while eating. It's not that good. You usually eat half that much. Just admit it. Laurent realized that he indeed ate more than usual. No. More accurately, he ate much more than usual. Plus, he was already full, but he could keep eating. He had a great appetite. Laurent, eat more. Chen Zhao smiled at him. Laurent had eaten happily at first. He shoved anything into his mouth, thinking that Chen Zhao wouldn't do anything to him today. It was his birthday. Chen Zhao had to at least respect that. But as he ate and ate, he couldn't stop anymore. Laurent, don't eat so much, Winip said. If you like it, he can cook more tomorrow. You've eaten enough. By the time he'd eaten his fourth serving, he couldn't handle it anymore. Laurent, stop eating. Laurent was still shoveling food in. Eveleigh also noticed that Laurent had eaten too much today. Chen, do something. Dad can't eat so much. Oh, okay. Chen Zhao helped Laurent to the side and helped him purge. He also whispered in Laurent's ears. You'll have a very unforgettable birthday. You'll keep eating, keep eating. Right then, Laurent finally realized that this was all Chen Zhao's doing. You asshole! Be quiet. You don't want everyone to know how you locked me in the lion cage, right? Motherfucker! Next, Laurent started devouring food crazily again. He wiped at his tears while eating. Chen, is Dad sick? Eveleigh asked, worried. Having a good appetite means he's in good health. There's no problem. If you don't believe me, ask for. Indeed, being able to eat meant that the body was normal. But the way Laurent was eating would cause problems. For thought for a long while without understanding what was happening. Kane, Kareem, bring Laurent to the room. No, I still want to eat. I still want to eat. Right now, Laurent was like a starving beast. He pushed the two aside. That terrifying appetite made it so that he couldn't stop at all. The people couldn't stop him, and he ate until midnight. Chen Zhao helped him purge 6 times. When the clock struck 12, Laurent finally lay onto the ground, exhausted. It was unclear whether his expression was one of hatred or satisfaction. Finally, full. I'll take Laurent to his room. Chen Zhao helped Laurent up. Laurent's expression was furious. Don't think you can defeat me like this. You want to try this feeling again? Chen Zhao asked, smiling sinisterly. Whatever. We'll have a truce tonight. Laurent was truly scared. Chen Zhao didn't plan on continuing to torture Laurent. He'd already been messed with enough. If it continued, Laurent might really get health issues. Chen Zhao didn't want to kill Laurent yet. I hope you have a great night. Bastard, you haven't given me a present yet. I already did. Winnip took it. Go ask her for it. Why did you give my gift to Winnip? You can ask her for it when you return to the room. Oh, other than tonight, you'll really love this gift. That night, everyone in the house could hear noises coming from Laurent like someone butchering a pig. The next day, Winnip prepared breakfast in the kitchen. She looked very spirited. On the other hand, Laurent came downstairs while leaning against the wall. Dad, Mom, you two were too loud yesterday, Four complained. Chen Zhao and Feilai lowered their heads, but their shoulders shook. Laurent was pissed. He didn't want to mention last night. It was like both he and Winnip had taken some drug. Either could stop. He didn't even need to think to know that it was Chen Zhao's doing. His birthday ended so tragically. Chen Zhao, Feilai and Four would stay for a few more days, but Winnip had to start working today. When she reached the company, she was stopped by someone. Mrs. Winnip, give me 3 minutes. Only 3 minutes, please. Kane, I don't want to see him. Winnip strode into the company while Kane had already stopped the man. Stupid bitch. You want me to go bankrupt, I'll pull you down too. Suddenly, the man whipped out a gun and pointed at Winnip. In shock, Kane hurriedly pushed the man's arm up. Kareem and Howard blocked Winnip too. Bang. The first shot hit the ceiling. Since he didn't hit Winnip, he suddenly aimed at Kane's head. Bang. Kane lost consciousness and fell to the ground. Kane! Kareem tackled the man and stole the gun. He shot 3 times, each one fatal. Finally, he tossed down the gun. Howard ran up to hug Kane. Kane's forehead had been shot through, but this was a small caliber pistol, so it wasn't that strong. At least, Kane didn't die on the spot. Winnip was stunned by this sudden change in events. She stood there, staring at Kane, not knowing what to do. Call the ambulance! Kareem yelled. Ambulance! Winnip finally reacted, dialing for the ambulance. What? Laurent was playing with the 2 baby bears. Chen Zhao and Feilai were cuddling and watching TV, ignoring the third wheel that was Laurent. Dad, Feilai, something happened to Mom. Four rushed into the house. What? What happened? Laurent was shocked. A shooting. Chen Zhao and Feilai jumped up too. Is she okay now? She's okay. She's just scared. But something happened to Kane. He got shot in the head to protect Mom. Then Kane. Laurent was good friends with the 3 bodyguards. They often stayed by his side, so they were unusually close. He also knew a lot about the 3 guards. In reality, he was the one who'd introduced to Winnip to be her bodyguards. The situation is bad, Four said, expression grave. He's in the emergency room. The 3 were like brothers to Feilai and Four. Kane, Kareem and Howard had been by Winnip's side since they were young. Back then, they would help Feilai and Four take care of annoying guys too. To the hospital, Chen Zhao said. Chapter 385 The Trickiest Situation. Chapter 385 The Trickiest Situation. When the group arrived at the hospital, they saw Winnip sitting outside the operating room, crying. Kareem and Howard walked around in panic and kept looking at the operating room door. Mom! As soon as Winnip saw them, she charged into Laurent's arms and cried loudly. It's all my fault! If not, Kane wouldn't be injured! Laurent comforted Winnip. Perhaps he would only display his maturity as a husband in such a circumstance. Chen Zhao and Four pulled Kareem and Howard and asked them about the situation. Soon, their expressions changed. Kane's injury was very severe. Although he did not die immediately, the gunshot was still fatal, given that he was so close to the gun. According to a preliminary investigation, the bullet penetrated his skull, slowed down, and was stuck inside his skull. However, the scraps entered his left cerebral cortex and were embedded in his telencephalon. The scraps were the most deadly. If they were not taken out, Kane might die any time. Moreover, the doctors had yet to confirm the impact of the damage to his brain. There was very little information available. Qin Zhao and Four could not even know enough, let alone make a judgment. On the other hand, Winip kept asking if Cain would die. Although she would frequently scold the 3 bodyguards, she really treated them as her family, her children. She could not accept the fact that Cain was injured this badly in order to protect her. Chen. Four looked at Qin Zhao. Qin Zhao waved his hand. If it's within my capabilities, I'll help, but I don't know the exact situation. Finally, after 3 whole hours of waiting, the door of the operating room opened. The surgeon walked out with a solemn face. I'm sorry. You can go in and see him for the last time. Winip fainted at once. Laurent quickly hugged her. Doctor, I need to know his exact condition. Qin Zhao stopped the surgeon. You are? I'm a doctor too. The bullet scraps are now scattered in his telencephalon. They're all small and very difficult to remove. Some have even caused functional impairment and intracranial hemorrhage. Nobody can save him, the surgeon said. I hope to perform surgery on him myself, Qin Zhao said. You? The surgeon stared at Qin Zhao. Sir, please do not joke around. You're not a doctor in our hospital. In fact, I don't even know if you're a doctor, so you can't perform surgery on a patient here. I'm a medical professor of UCLA, Qin Zhao said. That doesn't change anything. It's a clearly stated rule in our hospital. Qin Zhao glanced at the name tag before the surgeon's chest. Hill Nans. Mr. Nans, since you've already determined that the patient is dead for sure, why don't you give me a chance? It can't be worse than this, can it? Hill Nans was somewhat hesitant. I can't decide on this. Then who can? Our dean. Can you please talk to your dean? I'll try, but can you show me your license? I didn't bring my license. You can call UCLA instead. You should be able to get the college's number. Also, the head of LA Chantilly Hospital can prove it too. I'm an oncologist in Chantilly Hospital. Here's my medical license. I can confirm that my friend is an expert in both neurosurgery and internal medicine. Hill Nans glanced at Four's senior medical license and said, I know you, Ms. Four. I was present during your talk on an advanced medical seminar, so I believe in you. Still, I can't confirm if the dean will agree. Then please go and tell the dean. All right, I'll go now. Once Hill Nans left, the group entered the operating room and surrounded the operating table. You all go out now. Leave the rest to me. Chen, what are you doing? Saving him, Qin Zhao said. But the dean has yet to agree. So are we not saving him? Qin Zhao asked. Howard Karim, stop anyone who attempts to enter later. Before I come out, don't let anyone disturb me. Chun, can you really save Cain? Karim asked in reluctance. Just go out now. Don't waste more time. Cain can't wait. Do you need my help? Four asked. You know the answer. All right, please save Cain. I'll try my best. Four was even more worried. It was the first time Qin Zhao said he would try his best. In the past, he was always so confident. No matter what illness his patient had, he was so confident. Even against a patient who had been in a coma for 5 years, he showed no signs of retreat or doubt. But now, he would only try his best. Cain's injury was definitely more serious than Four had imagined. After the operating room door closed again, Qin Zhao destroyed the camera in the room. Then, he cut open Cain's skull again. After some examination, Qin Zhao summoned a few brain-eating insects. Brain-eating insects were very tiny, each perhaps only as large as the tip of a needle. Qin Zhao controlled the insects to climb into Cain's telencephalon, searching for scraps. Because of the fragility of the brain, doctors could not open the telencephalon with the current medical technology. After all, it contained the viscous brain plasma. It could not be opened physically. Brain-eating insects avoided the problem perfectly. The insects climbed inside the brain, looking for and devouring any scraps. Of course, consuming the scraps was fatal for the insects, and they would react after eating 2 or 3 pieces. Qin Zhao was not really concerned since the insects were more like consumables. He only needed the brain-eating insects to bring the scraps out of the brain. If any of them died, he would summon more. Just then, Qin Zhao heard some people arguing outside. The people from the hospital must have returned, but they were stopped by Karim and the rest. Nonetheless, Qin Zhao could not care about what was going on outside. He had to focus on the surgery. Qin Zhao also used the brain-eating insects to bring medicine to specific places. The places were all bleeding, which could hardly be stopped by surgery. Chapter 386 And Who Are You? Chapter 386 And Who Are You? Move aside. Don't you know that you're breaking the law? My brother is inside and Qin is performing surgery. I don't want anyone to disturb him before the surgery ends. Karim and Howard blocked the surgery room's door like two door gods. The patient was shot in the head, the dean said. Hilnan's already said that he has no hope. You're just causing trouble now. Then he said to the bodyguards beside him, pull them away. But the bodyguards were quickly sent to the ground by Karim and Howard. If you keep doing this, I'll call the cops, the dean threatened. Mr. Dean, since you already decided that Kane has no hope, why can't you give someone else a chance? For was still calm. She didn't want a conflict to happen and affect Qin Zhao's surgery for Kane. She wasn't sure if Qin Zhao could save Kane, but at least there was still hope. As long as Qin Zhao hadn't come out, there was still hope. You're using my surgery room. I won't lend the room to an outsider with an unclear background. Dean, Kill reminded from the side. That man is a medical professor from UCLA. So what? Are professors allowed to break into other people's hospitals? The dean asked matter-of-factly. Does being a professor mean that he has a license? Dean, lending the room to him actually doesn't pose any problems. How do I know if he's doing anything illegal in there or not? That man damaged the surveillance camera as soon as he entered the room. I have reason to suspect that he's doing something unthinkable. I don't wish to take responsibility for any risks. I don't care. That man needs to come out. If there are any damages to your room, I can pay for it, Winnip said. I said no. The dean insisted on his own decision. Seeing that Winnip and the others wouldn't back down, he called the cops. The police came shortly after. The two sides had different stories, giving them a headache. Winnip's side insisted that Kane still had hope and that man was performing surgery. The dean believed that Qin Zhao wasn't performing surgery. Instead, he was doing something illegal. You two move aside, the police advised. Karim and Howard stayed in their spot, not willing to move. Right then, Winnip said, if my man dies in there, I have reason to suspect that the surgery of this hospital had a serious mistake, so you're stopping an expert from saving him to hide the truth. Nonsense! Hill panicked. This had nothing to do with him, but Winnip was pulling him under the water. My surgery follows the hospital's standards. How would I know? Winnip scoffed while looking at the dean. If my man dies because you guys broke in, I'll sue you until the hospital goes bankrupt. I am not joking around. The dean's face alternated between red and pale. Gritting his teeth, he said, Okay, I'll wait until he comes out and then I'll see what you can say. You could have said this earlier, Winnip said, sneering. The dean's face was red with anger. Nance, he called to Hill. Nance, call the principal of UCLA. I'm going to report that their staff is breaking the standards of medical practitioners. I want him fired. Winnip couldn't help but get worried. Will UCLA really fire Qin over this? She asked For softly. For was worried, but she couldn't do anything except for John. It's okay. He doesn't really need this job, anyway. It's just a title for him. Dean, the call is connected. Wright's voice came from the other end of the call. Hello, Wright speaking. Who are you? I am Razak Wan, Dean of Sacramento Tofagate Hospital. Hello, sir. How may I help you? A professor from your school named Qin Zhao is acting crazily in our hospital. He's performing surgery on someone already pronounced dead and using our surgery room without getting permission. He refuses to come out too. I demand that you fire him. Fuck you. Who are you to make demands? Wright's voice suddenly changed. The last second, she was still a benevolent elder. The next second, her voice was a cold and harsh dictator. I am the previous president of the California Doctors' Council and the principal of UCLA. The current president is my student. Do you qualify to make demands from me? Or do you think the dean of a hospital can order me around? I think I should send someone to your hospital for a health and safety check to see if your hospital meets the requirements. Let me tell you. Chin is performing surgery in your hospital right now, so you better cooperate with him. If your disturbances cause irreparable damage to the patient, I will shut your hospital down. I've already checked. You're a private hospital, right? Perhaps I should suggest to the council to recheck if your hospital is qualified for the license. You. I am not joking. Chin is the best teacher in our school and the best doctor. Since he thinks that the man still has a chance, that means he shouldn't have died. If you have any questions about my words, you can come and visit me at UCLA at any time. But don't say I didn't warn you. UCLA is very dangerous. A professional boxer recently got his arms broken here recently. Clunk. The dean perspired after hearing this. Did he just get threatened by a college principal? She'd threatened him so shamelessly too. He couldn't even reply. He'd given up on refuting her head-on when she revealed her status. She was the previous president of the Doctors' Council and the teacher of the current president. If he angered her, they could void his hospital's license. No, even just lowering the rating could send his hospital into the abyss. He was furious, but he had to stay clear-headed. Now, he just wished that the surgery room's door could open soon. A result was more convincing than anything else. Chen's status in UCLA is quite high. Winip whispered to Four. The principal seems to place high importance on him. The principal mentioned that a professional boxer got his arms broken. Chen's responsible. On the side, Laurent shuddered. This bastard really did every bad thing. Chapter 387 Beating the Dean Up. Chapter 387 Beating the Dean Up. Finally, the operating room door opened. Chen Zhao walked out exhausted. You finally opened the door. Police, arrest him! Dean Rozek shouted. Chen, how was it? Four asked at once. I saved him, Chen Zhao said, rubbing his forehead. Kane's not dead? Kareem and Howard looked at Chen Zhao in excitement. Yes. Chen Zhao turned to look at the two policemen. Do you need to bring me to the police station? The two policemen felt really awkward. Formally, what Chen Zhao had done was illegal. However, he saved someone who had been pronounced unsavable by the hospital. It was really a tricky situation. No way, he can't be alive. Hill Nans denied immediately. He has a severe brain injury. The bullet scraps can't be removed, and there is also a massive intracranial hemorrhage which can't be handled. When I came out just now, his brain was already deprived of oxygen, and he would die in 30 minutes. Chen Zhao glanced at Hill Nans. Can't you just go in and see for yourself? Hill Nans glanced at the operating room and then at Chen Zhao in hesitance. It was probably the most conflicting moment in his many years as a surgeon. On one hand, he hoped that his judgment was correct. On the other hand, he also hoped to see the patient alive. It was not just his professional ethics. More importantly, he wanted to witness a miracle. Of course, Dean Rozek beside him did not have such a complicated feeling. Rozek purely hoped that the patient was dead, so that he could attack Chen Zhao. You heard it. He's a trickster. Pow! Chen Zhao delivered an uppercut, and many teeth flew out from Dean Rozek's mouth. Arrest him! He's trying to kill me! He's trying to kill me! As Rozek screamed, 2 more teeth fell out. Now you have enough reason to arrest me. The 2 policemen smiled bitterly. They had to arrest Chen Zhao now. Sir, please follow us back to the station. Chen, go with them. I guarantee that you'll be fine, Winip said. Karine, contact my lawyer. I want this hospital to compensate $10 million. Hill Nance entered the operating room and looked at the heart rate monitor. It was stable. He then looked at the EEG monitor, which was similarly active and stable. A dead person would clearly not have such data. At the moment, Hill Nance really wanted to cut Kane's head open again to see what kind of surgery he had undergone. No way. Puff. Dean Rozek spit out another tooth. Fake. This is fake. He's dead. He must be dead already. Everyone was annoyed. Winnip shouted. Beat him up. Kareem and Howard had been tolerating the Dean until now. When they heard Winnip's instruction, they immediately walked up and gave the Dean a combo. I'm going to sue you. I'm going to sue you for malice. Go ahead. As the dean of a hospital, you cursed a patient who had just survived a surgery. You can't wash that away. I'll buy all the media headlines in Sacramento and make you the most famous dean here. Winnip said lightly. I didn't mean that. Dean Rozek finally realized his unwise remarks and attempted to deny it. However, with so many people present, he could not wash it away. Even Hill Nance would not help him. Qin Zhao was released from the police station by Winnip's lawyer in less than an hour. When he returned home, he went to bed directly. Is Qin all right? Yes, he's probably just too exhausted. Let him sleep, For said. It's just like the last time. How's Kane? He's out of danger now. He's still in a coma, but a comprehensive check confirmed that all the scraps in his brain have been removed. To be honest, I've seen his X-ray image and I can't imagine how Chen managed to save him. If it were me, I would probably pronounce Kane dead just like Dr. Hill Nance. Qin Zhao slept for 18 hours, from noon till the next morning. Although Ford promised several times that Qin Zhao was only too tired, Eveleigh was still panicked. She kept asking if they should send Qin Zhao to the hospital. Of course, she was really being overconcerned. When Qin Zhao woke up the next day, the first thing he did was to drag Eveleigh onto the bed. Eveleigh was finally relieved to see Qin Zhao energetic again. Being able to sleep with her indicated that Qin Zhao had fully recovered. When Qin Zhao and Eveleigh went downstairs, they realized that the atmosphere in the house had already restored. Qin, that's a long nap. Winnip's face was written with ease. After all, Kane was already out of danger. How's Kane now? He woke up briefly last night, but he's asleep again now. Then I'll go and visit him in the afternoon, Qin Zhao said. Winnip nodded. It would be best if Qin Zhao could visit Kane. After all, Qin Zhao had saved Kane and definitely knew his condition very well. Winnip had also just discovered how amazing her prospective son-in-law was as a doctor. He had actually saved a person who was shot by a gun in the head. It was an unimaginable feat for the commoners. Of course, it was because Kane was shot by a small-caliber pistol. And also, Kane's head was harder than the average person. Laurent also came downstairs and sat at the dining table. He was about to eat the egg and sandwich before him when Winnip slapped his hands away. Don't touch it. It's for Qin. Winnip, it was just a coincidence that he saved Kane. You don't have to treat him differently, Laurent said, displeased. If you can save Kane by coincidence, I'll prepare breakfast for you too. I had credit yesterday, Laurent said in dissatisfaction. What? Beating that asshole Dean up. Look, my hand even bled. You injured yourself by hitting someone else? What trash. Qin Zhao proudly enjoyed the special breakfast. Laurent, do you want me to teach you how to beat someone up? I'm really good at it. Also, I'm happy to teach you. Forget it, you're just trying to find an opportunity to hit me. Laurent would not fall for the trap, given that he knew Qin Zhao too well. Qin Zhao was stingy and revengeful. Laurent could still vividly remember how Qin Zhao had taken revenge. He would probably remember them for life. The birthday last night was particularly bad. It almost became his nightmare. Chapter 388 Start of the Script. Chapter 388 Start of the Script. To Laurent, being afraid was one thing. Attitude was another thing. He knew he would be at a disadvantage, but he still had to insult Chen Zhao. He had to do it even though he knew Chen Zhao would treat Eveleigh well. There was no reason other than that he didn't like Chen Zhao. It was just that simple. "Mom, are you going to the office today?" Eveleigh asked. "Yes. Kareem and Howard are still at the hospital with Kane. You won't have anyone with you. What if you run into danger again?" Eveleigh looked at Winip with worry. "I can't get behind on work," Winip said helplessly. "I must go and take care of matters." "How about Chen goes with you?" Eveleigh suggested. "Winip, I'll go with you," Laurent said. "What use does this kid have? He doesn't look like a good guy." "How about we all go?" Four suggested. "I haven't gone to Mom's supermarket yet." "Then what about Princess and the others?" "Bring them with." Winip didn't object. They were family, so it was okay to bring pets to the office. After Laurent got onto Chen's RV, he kept muttering and complaining. "You'll go bankrupt like this. This car must be a few $1,000,000. Why couldn't you invest that money?" "Oh, shut up. You were a senator for more than 30 years and you still can't afford this car. How can you scold Chen?" Winip found Laurent so annoying. Hearing that, Laurent finally shut up. "Bradley failed?" "Boss, he failed. He couldn't kill that old hag Winip." "Failure." Russell's expression couldn't be darker. "Boss, if we allow Mara's supermarket to keep expanding, our market will be in danger. Our customer volume last month already went down by 32%. Russell obviously knew this, but two supermarkets competed in commodity flow, prices, and saved capital. Mara's supermarket always had a high credit and borrowed easily from the bank. Its capital was always more stable than Russell's new association supermarket. Even if they sold the same products, Mara's prices would always be lower. Their transport networks extended over many cities. Its scale was much larger than New Association supermarkets. This caused New Association to suffer great losses in Sacramento instead of opening up a new market. What really widened the gap was because of the food safety scandal. The one who exposed this scandal was Winip or Mara's supermarket. She took out the beef as soon as she discovered the first batch of diseased beef in the supermarket. She also compensated the customers and reported the case to the police and FDA. The media even reported this. Of course, Mara's actions received high praise from everyone. Later, it was revealed that New Association also got diseased beef from the same ranch. They'd also discovered the problem but chose to hide the fact. This caused a reduction in New Association's customer flow, while Mara had a new high. After Bradley Ranch's scandal was exposed, the owners started pleading with them. However, they had extremely different attitudes toward Bradley. Winip refused him directly, refusing to ever sell beef from his ranch in her stores. However, Russell gave Bradley a request to kill Winip. As long as Bradley could kill Winip, then his ranch's beef could be sold in New Association again. The ranch would be saved. At least, his family could continue managing the ranch. After Bradley pleaded with Winip multiple times, he finally gave up and chose to take the risk. Russell thought for a moment and said, "Go find 2 men. Boss, what do you want to do? Do you think they'll still be like this if Mara has a food poisoning case?" Russell's lips twitched. "Boss, this is pretty risky." "Do it cleanly," Russell said. "No one will get evidence pointing to us." "Boss brought 2 dogs instead of bodyguards today. Those 2 dogs are huge. Those aren't dogs. Those are wolves." "How can dogs be that big?" "No way. How can Boss bring wolves around?" As Winip walked into the office, the silly twins stood by her side like guards. They basked in everyone's attention majestically. "Boss." Winip's assistant was just about to report to her when... Roar! The silly twins put on a menacing expression, glaring at the assistant who was 3 meters away. The assistant immediately stopped with a terrified expression, not daring to approach Winip. "Black Ma, white Ma, everyone in the office is our own people. Don't be mean." "Arf." Winnip patted Black Ma's head. Daisy, come over. They don't bite. Daisy still didn't dare to get closer. Winnip waved her hand and pointed at the room in the distance. Go play there. Arf. As if finally freed, the silly twins ran away overjoyed. Boss, this is the financial report for the season. Please take a look. Just then, Winnip's office phone rang. Hello, Winnip speaking. Boss, a few people are at the supermarket's entrance with a bear and some pets. They want to come in. They say they know you. Oh, Winnip said. Let them in. They're my family. She hung up and said to Daisy, Help me take Black Ma and White Ma to the supermarket. The office is too small. It's not enough for them to play. Boss, will it be okay to take them to the store? Won't they scare the customers? Don't worry, Winnip said confidently. They're very safe. They look big, but they're very likable. Black Ma and White Ma were very popular at L.A.'s Angel Beach. Whenever they appeared, they would attract cheers. At first, Daisy was a bit scared of Black Ma and White Ma. Soon, she discovered their cute side. These two looked big and scary, but they were just two silly things. There was a cactus in the office. Black Ma took it by the mouth and threw it onto White Ma. White Ma purposely knocked over an employee's cup and then pointed at Black Ma. They even knew how to ride the elevator and which floor the supermarket was on. Under Daisy's guidance, White Ma and Black Ma successfully entered the store. They were naturals and went straight for the kids' section to play. The kids playing there didn't know to be scared of White Ma and Black Ma. They all started playing with the silly twins enthusiastically. Hey, are you Black Ma and White Ma? A kid suddenly asked in shock. Chapter 389 Quality Inspector, Princess. Chapter 389 Quality Inspector, Princess. Daisy realized that a boy had just yelled. There was another 7 or 8-year-old boy beside him, who should be his older brother. Mom, Black Ma and White Ma came to find us. Ackley and Perry had originally been sitting at the side. Alarmed by their children's voices, they walked over. It's really Black Ma and White Ma. Great! What a surprise to see them here. Perry was delighted too. Last time, they had brought their kids to Angel Beach. Their kayak overturned on the sea. Luckily, they were rescued by 3 dogs. They even took a photo with Black Ma, White Ma, and Walter afterward. They clearly did not expect to encounter Black Ma and White Ma again in Sacramento, hundreds of kilometers away. Hello, did you bring Black Ma and White Ma here? Ackley and Perry approached Daisy. Hi, they're my boss's dogs. Do you know them? Yes, they saved our family. Perry and Ackley told Daisy what had happened, which renewed her opinion of Black Ma and White Ma. Just then, Daisy saw a few people walk toward her with an enormous bear behind them. Are they boss's family? The bear is really big and scary. But why is the bear pushing a trolley? There were even 2 smaller bears sitting in the trolley. Chen Zhao walked over, and the silly twins immediately ran toward him. How come you're here? Aren't you with Winnip? Hi sir, boss asked me to bring them here and play, Daisy said, approaching Chen Zhao. Oh, thank you. They're really mischievous. Roar. Suddenly, Princess stopped and grabbed a child candy bag with her paw. Take it if you want it, but don't eat now. Put it in the trolley and eat when we're outside. Daisy stared at Princess in curiosity. Can it understand you? Chen Zhao did not even have to reply as Princess put the candy bag in the trolley. Roar. Princess saw another thing and asked Chen Zhao again. Take whatever you want. You don't have to ask me. Wow. Big bear. Strong big bear. The few children ran toward Princess. Both Perry and Ackley were astonished. Sir, it won't harm the kids, right? Don't worry. She's more obedient than Black Ma and White Ma. Just then, Princess took a candy bag from the trolley and passed it to the children who were surrounding her. Everyone stared at her in disbelief. The bear was way too smart. She was also too gentle, somewhat unbelievably gentle. The initial fear in the customers around them was slowly taken over by curiosity. Just then, a customer carefully walked up to Princess and placed a huge sausage before her. "Do you want it?" Princess smelled the sausage and then pointed at the barcode on the packaging. "Roar, roar!" "What did she say?" "She said she can only eat this outside, not here." "Sir, can I take a photo with her, please?" "Of course." The small area was soon crowded with people who wanted to interact with Princess. "Do you eat beef?" "Roar! Roar! Roar!" Suddenly, Princess's voice became loud and high. Qinzhao, who had been sitting at the side, stood up upon hearing her voice. "Mister, where did you get the beef?" "The shelf over there." "What's wrong?" "Can I take a look at the beef?" Qinzhao asked. "Is there a problem with the beef?" Princess smelled something on it. Qinzhao took the beef, which was stored in a package. However, the edge of the film seemed like it had been opened. The beef felt rather grainy, which was definitely unusual. The surface of the beef was slightly darker than it should be. Qinzhao's expression changed. It was N-nitrosodimethylamine, a highly toxic substance. "Ms. Daisy, call Winnip now. Someone poisoned the food in the supermarket," Qinzhao said at once. "Princess, stand outside the checkout counter. Check the things every customer buys, especially food. Black Ma, White Ma, search the area for a similar smell. Products and people." Daisy's expression also changed. "Mr. Chen, are you sure?" "Yes, I am very certain." Daisy called Winnip at once. "Boss, Mr. Chen said that our products have been poisoned." "What?" Winnip was shocked. Poisoned products could not be taken lightly. If someone was poisoned by the products in the supermarket, it might be forced to close down. "Where's Chen?" "He's asked his pets to search the shop for poisoned products and poisoners. Princess is at the checkout counter to check if anyone has bought poisoned products unknowingly. I'm coming down now. Ask all the staff in the supermarket to cooperate with Chen and his pets." "Sir, $89, please." "Also, because there's been a safety accident in the supermarket, we need to conduct a check on your food items. Please come here." In his confusion, Jekyll was brought by the cashier to Princess. Princess was just sitting there, but Jekyll's legs trembled in fear. "It won't bite, right?" When Princess was brought to the cashier earlier, she was terrified as well. However, she soon discovered that Princess was really checking the products of each customer carefully. Roar! Suddenly, Princess took out a packaged turkey. The cashier hesitated for a moment. "Princess, are you sure the turkey has been poisoned?" Roar! The cashier took out her walkie-talkie at once. "Sir, Princess discovered a product that might have been poisoned." Very soon, the supervisor appeared. He said to Jekyll, "Sir, I apologize for any inconvenience caused by our negligence. You can take all the products you've got for free, and we'll compensate you this product for 10 times its price." "Hi, did someone deliberately poison the products in the store?" Jekyll cautiously turned on the pen voice recorder in his clothes. He was a freelance journalist, so he would always carry his camera and pen voice recorder with him. He immediately realized that this was going to be a huge piece of news. "Yes. Fortunately, our boss's pet was in the supermarket and she discovered the problem immediately. Now we're taking every customer here and she'll make sure that no poison product will leave the supermarket. We have to ensure the safety of all our customers. Can you introduce the bear to me?" Jekyll stared at Princess, his eyes glowing. A quality inspector bear was in a supermarket. Nothing could be more novel than this. Chapter 390 Supermarket Espionage, Pet Storm. Chapter 390 Supermarket Espionage, Pet Storm. Its name is Princess. I only know that it's our boss's pet, but it's really smart. Do you know who's the culprit right now? We can't confirm it yet. We only know that the culprit used N-nitrosodimethylamine. Our boss's other pets are searching the store now. Just then, Black Ma jumped down from the cash register with a piece of beef in his mouth. He tossed it into the basket with the turkey already confirmed to be poisoned. This is? Jekyll looked at the big black dog with amazement. No, this was a wolf. Its name is Black Ma. It's also our boss's pet. It's responsible for searching for poisoned products. This beef must be poisoned too. Is it possible for it to make mistakes? As of now, the 4 products they found and were sent to be tested all came out to be poisoned. Daisy, be ready, Winip said, expression grave. Start the PR as soon as the media starts reporting the scandal. How many poisoned products have been found so far? 12 have been found. Winip's spirits were low. Her expression was even more depressing. Whoever poisoned the products was truly crazy. If these 12 items were sold and someone died from food poisoning, Mara's supermarket would really be in trouble. Not even God would be able to help them. Is the culprit found? Winip asked. Not yet. The poisoned items were all in the camera's blind spots. The culprit is really smart. Winip thought for a moment. Then we'll wait for the crowd to thin. The culprit won't be able to hide even if he wants to. Princess was guarding the entrance. The culprit couldn't escape. Black Ma and White Ma were patrolling the store too. If they found the guy, he would have nowhere to run to. Boss, our customer flow hasn't thinned. Instead, it's 40% more than usual. What? How is that possible? Earlier, there was already a report about the poisoning, but it emphasized that Princess, White Ma, and Black Ma are doing safety checks in the store. A lot of customers want to see just how smart they are. That works too. Winip was stunned. 2 newspapers also contacted me. They want to come and film inside the store. More accurately, they want to film Princess, Black Ma, and White Ma. Winip was tempted. Give them permission, as long as they don't disturb the animals' work. She'd decided. The poisoning had already happened, so she should at least use this chance and Princess, Black Ma, and White Ma for promotions. Boss, the police are here too. They brought dogs. Let them in too, but the searching for poison items and the culprit still depends on us. Dumb, what's wrong with you? Russell yelled in anger. I told you to poison them, not to give Mara free advertisement. Boss, what did I do wrong? I followed your instructions and poisoned Mara's supermarket. Dumb looked troubled. Now me and 3 other guys are stuck in the store. The police are here too. Boss, you have to help us, or else the police will find us out. You want me to get you guys out? Don't you know that because of your mistakes, not only did we not hurt Mara, we even gave them free advertisement? They have 40% more customers than usual now. How many of them went to Mara after leaving our store? But we were just following your instructions. Dumb refuted. You can't blame us. I don't care. You couldn't complete the task. Boss, if I and the 3 guys I found get caught, I can't promise we won't rat you out. You're threatening me? Boss, I don't care what you're thinking about. Since I did this for you, you better prepare $1 million for me. Otherwise, you better get a good lawyer. Dumb sneered. He wasn't Russell's dog. If everything went smoothly, anything could work. But now that he was in danger, he had to get something good for himself. You're blackmailing me? I'll kill you! Boss, I'm asking for the payment that I deserve. After all, what I did for you is really risky. Dumb hung up. He didn't see that a small cat on a shelf witnessed the entire thing. Dumb felt something, but when he looked up, there was nothing there. Samuel was already back at Qin Zhao's side. Master, I found a suspect. Qin Zhao held Samuel up and patted his small head. Good job. Mr. Qin, you got something? We found 1 culprit, he said to Daisy. There are 3 more. The kitty found him? Daisy asked in disbelief. Yes. Lowering his head, Qin Zhao said to Samuel. Go tell Black Ma and White Ma not to catch him now. See who else he interacted with. Daisy grew even more doubtful. Are you sure it can send your message? He's really smart. It's just a kitty, right? That's why I say he's smart. Lester was a cameraman for a TV channel. This was his first time following a white dog. For today's job, most of his time was spent running around the store with this dog. He felt like this was a complete waste of time. Could this dog really catch a suspect? Meow. Just then, a cat's meow caught his attention. It caught the dog's attention as well. Lester saw a fist-sized kitty standing on a shelf. The white dog went to the cat. Lester thought the dog would attack the cat. After all, he'd seen many fights between dogs and cats. Much to his surprise, the white dog actually looked up at the cat. The cat meowed a few times and then the dog nodded. They're talking? This thought appeared in Lester's mind. After they talked for a while, the white dog looked back at Lester after telling him to follow. So, Lester followed the big white dog and it started searching with a target in mind. Lester didn't know what it was looking for. Just then, the dog lowered its body and looked at Lester. Woof. You want me to get low? The dog nodded. Lester also lowered himself and pointed the DV at a shelf in the near distance. A hooded man seemed to be looking around. As soon as Lester saw him, he thought that something was wrong with the guy. Chapter 391 Pets in Charge. Chapter 391 Pets in Charge. Aren't you going to arrest him? Lester asked. The white dog shook his head. A strange thought appeared in Lester's mind. Is he going to stalk the man? No way. Is he really that smart? Lester crouched down and pointed the camera over White Ma's back at a hooded man. The hooded man stood there for a long time. Suddenly, a man with colorful hair passed by the hooded man and stopped before the opposite shelf. With his back facing the hooded man, he pretended to be selecting a product, but they were clearly having a conversation. Just then, White Ma started to back away. Lester felt that the dog was literally a human. After leaving the hooded man's visual field, Black Ma appeared. There was also a cameraman beside him. Black Ma, we've found the second person. It's the guy with colorful hair. Go watch him and see if he speaks to anyone. The two cameramen watched the twin dogs have their conversation. Although they had no idea what the dogs were barking, they felt as if the dogs were really communicating. Just then, a red giant lizard climbed out from the bottom of a shelf. Both cameramen were astonished, but the red lizard had no intention of attacking them. Instead, it began to communicate with the two dogs. Is this really a supermarket? This has to be a zoo, Lester muttered. Abitos brought them the clue to the third poisoning suspect. However, they just could not find the fourth suspect. Suddenly, a commotion erupted near the checkout counter. Someone attempted to dash past the counter, but Princess knocked him onto the floor with one slap. Then, the police dogs around surrounded and bit the person tightly. The police also walked up and arrested the person. Shit, why can't Sot just be patient? Dumb cursed softly. Dumb, what do we do? Wait. I don't believe that they'll block the exit forever. Suddenly, Black Ma appeared on one side of the aisle, together with his cameraman. Dumb and the man with colorful hair lowered their heads at once and tried to leave through the other side of the aisle. However, White Ma and his cameraman also blocked the other side. Dumb and the man were stranded in the middle of the aisle. The two cameramen realized that, unlike police dogs which would attack criminals straight away, Black Ma and White Ma slowly approached the two suspects. When Dumb put his hand into his clothes, Black Ma attacked immediately. His slow movement earlier was just an illusion. When he launched his attack, he flew across the aisle like a black bolt of lightning. In an instant, he knocked Dumb onto the floor and bit Dumb's arm tightly. On the other hand, White Ma had been staring at the man with colorful hair. As long as the man did not move, White Ma would not move. The man did not dare to move and raised his hands. White Ma slapped the floor with his paw. Confused, the man asked, You want me to lie on the floor? White Ma nodded. Woof. The eyes of the two cameramen glowed brightly. It was truly an excellent material. This piece of news would certainly go viral. Suddenly, on the other side of the supermarket, the last poisoning suspect started to run wildly. Lester, I think something happened there. Go there and film. Leave this scene here to me. Lester immediately chased after the person, but he realized that Abitos, the huge red lizard, was already pursuing the suspect. Abitos was not slow at all. Panicked, the suspect saw a little girl in the way and charged at her directly, attempting to subdue her as a hostage. However, suddenly, a silver beam of light flashed past. A silver fox leaped from one shelf to another, leaving a bloody mark on the suspect's face. Shit! The suspect attempted to grab the silver fox with his hand, but he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his leg. Beelzebub had already torn a piece of flesh off the suspect's leg. Ah! The suspect collapsed onto the floor, covered his leg and screamed loudly. Meanwhile, he took out his gun, wanting to shoot Beelzebub. At the next moment, something appeared on the suspect's arm. A colorful snake wrapped itself around the arm and bit the suspect's hand. The suspect used all his might to fling Raymond away, but Abitos was already in front of him. Slap! Abitos hit the suspect's chest with his huge tail. The man flew backward and knocked over an entire shelf. Lester captured the complete series of actions with his camera. Wow! The various pets had jointly overpowered the atrocious criminal. Each and every pet was unique and useful. Lester could hardly contain his excitement. This would definitely cause an explosion in the media. Boss, all 4 suspects have been caught. All? You sure there are only 4? That's what Mr. Chen said. All right. I suppose it should be correct then. Have you found out who sent them here? The owner of New Association Supermarket, Daisy replied. Damn, I knew it was him. Winnip's face darkened. Also, when we interrogated one of the suspects, we found out that he had actually instigated Bradley to shoot you yesterday. That bastard! Do they really think that I'm a pushover? Boss, what do we do now? Tell the media immediately. Let everyone know what New Association Supermarket and Russell have done. That day, the media in Sacramento erupted. The supermarket poisoning case was staged in various engrossing forms. Mara Supermarket became totally famous, in addition to receiving another name, the Zoo Supermarket. After all, the poisoning case had actually been solved by a group of different pets, from discovering the problem to capturing the suspects. The police supported them. The pets had displayed their astounding intelligence and capability. The final scene, where the group of pets teamed up to deal with the evil criminal, even became a tale to be told. Of course, all of this had another direct consequence. Mara Supermarket became unbelievably popular. Those who would not usually shop there especially rushed to the supermarket to meet the group of little heroes. Of course, Princess was no little hero. But she was surely the most glorious and important character. After all, she was the first to discover the attempted poisoning. Then, she even stationed herself behind the counter to search for poisoned products, and caught a suspect who tried to escape. Chapter 392 Another Screenplay Sold. Chapter 392 Another Screenplay Sold. Chin, give them to me. I'll give you both of my daughters. I love them so much. Winnip hugged Princess' head and kept patting and ruffling. Mom, I don't care about Eveleigh, but am I that cheap? For asked unhappily. Winnip rarely got the chance to be playful. Her moods were really like a roller coaster today. When she learned that someone had poisoned her store, it felt like she'd fallen into an abyss. Who would have guessed that there would be such a theatric development? Not only did nothing bad happen, but Mara's supermarket also got great publicity. Go ask them? Whoever's willing to stay can stay. Speechless, Winnip rejected him. Of course, she didn't expect Chen Zhao to accept her proposition. It had just been a joke. Chen Zhao would never agree. Okay, I know it's impossible, but you have to lend them to me for these few days. Half of the store's customers are here for them. Ring. Chen Zhao's phone went off. Hello? Rasfel, what's up? You're in Sacramento, right? How do you know? Your entire family is in the news and you're asking me how I know. You saw the news too? I don't usually watch this kind of news, but my company had a copyright meeting and I hosted it. Our employees think that what happened to your family has a great market. If we adapt it into a movie, it can have a lot of potential. You want to buy the copyright again? Yes. How about it? Sell it to me. Your company bought the copyright to that other movie, but you haven't started filming it, right? It's not conflicting. What price? No bargaining, $500,000. Chen Zhao considered it. The price is okay, but I hope that Mara Supermarket's name can be included in the script. What's your relationship with the supermarket? It's Eveleig's mother's store. Sure. Rasfa agreed easily. Usually, this kind of product placement had to be paid for. It could cost a few million, or even $10 million. However, since the business was related to Chen Zhao, Rasfa didn't mind giving it to him. After discussing with Rasfa, Chen Zhao told Winip about it. After all, if this event could be turned into a movie, it would be very beneficial to her store. After hearing that a film company bought the rights and may turn it into a movie, she was immediately interested and started asking Chen Zhao questions. Chen Zhao couldn't give any exact answers. After all, whether the movie could be filmed wasn't up to him. Some companies bought the rights not to film a movie but to make sure competitors couldn't get the rights. Chen Zhao estimated that PLM wouldn't start this project in at least half a year. Right, did you catch Russell, the guy that hired the poisoners? Chen Zhao asked. Winip smiled. It was Chen Zhao's first time seeing such a cruel smile on her. The police will probably never find him. Chen Zhao didn't keep asking. Some things were better left unspoken. The fourth day after the shooting, Kane was brought home. Kareem and Howard came back too. Kane's condition wasn't bad anymore. He didn't have many problems other than being a bit weak. If you insisted on a problem, it was that he was bald now. He wanted to cry because Princess kept coming over to touch his head. Stop touching my head. I can feel my skullcap moving. Stop licking. I feel spit getting into my wound. Chin, are you sure Raymond doesn't want to hibernate on my head? Chen Zhao glanced at Kane. It couldn't be helped. Earlier, Chen Zhao had used the perfect potion when treating Kane. There were still remnants inside Kane's head. It was good enough that Princess and the others didn't open up his skull again. I'm so bored. Let's go fishing, Laurent suggested. Not going. Chen Zhao refused directly. Anyway, he decided that he'd rather die than ever go out with Laurent again. Who knew if Laurent wanted to prank him again? Laurent glanced at him. I wasn't asking you. Kane, Kareem, Howard, let's go. Laurent took the 3 bodyguards fishing. Eveleigh and 4 went shopping again. Winip brought the group of pets to the supermarket because they were very popular. Mara's customer volume expanded greatly recently. No one would have thought that these pets could double Mara's customers. Chen Zhao didn't laze around by himself at home. The new house at Mirror Lake was getting decorated. There were many things that he needed to be asked about. Bant and Felwood had to communicate with him often. The housekeeping system was installed already. They had to discuss with Chen Zhao about installing other furniture too. Otherwise, it would be more troublesome to fix things afterward. Mr. Chen, I think this wall should have some color. White is the main theme, but if everything is all white, it's too monotone. You can add a scenic painting here to add some color. It also complements the river view from the floor-to-ceiling window across from it. Sure, but I don't want it to be too flashy. Also, are you sure you don't want to add anything to the second basement? No need. It doesn't need any style or design. Just whitewash the walls. He thought for a moment. Oh, go to the first basement. I want to see how it feels overall. Felwood rode the elevator to the first underground floor. He opened a video chat and showed Chen Zhao what the floor looked like after construction. From the bottom of the stairs to the floor-to-ceiling window on the outer wall, don't do anything other than whitewash the walls along the path. I'm going to put a large-scale piece of art there. Okay, understood. Can you tell me what kind of art? A skeleton model. I found a Hollywood expert to make a monster skeleton. Then how about I make the walls darker? Okay. Also, help me try out the housekeeping system. Notify me if there are any problems. Okay. Qin Zhao was the most satisfied with the first underground floor. The curved floor-to-ceiling window was 12 meters long and 3 meters wide. You could see the bottom of the river. However, construction had just finished, so the water needed some time to settle before it cleared up. Chapter 393 Leisure Mode, Fishing. Chapter 393 Leisure Mode, Fishing. Then, Qin Zhao asked for some of the electrical appliances to be moved into the house. He spent the entire afternoon talking to people regarding his new home. In the evening, Laurent, Cain, Karim, and Howard came back. They were carrying a giant catfish that weighed over 50 kilograms, which looked really awesome. Chen, look at what we've caught. Laurent flexed proudly in front of Qin Zhao. Isn't it just a big catfish? Look at how happy you are. Go and fish one too, if you can. Laurent immediately taunted. Qin Zhao twitched his lips. He would not go fishing because of such an inferior taunt. Soon, Winip, Eveleigh, and Four returned one after another. When Laurent saw them, he incessantly showed off to them what he had gained. Unfortunately, just like Qin Zhao, none of them was slightly excited about it. Laurent was very much displeased by their perfunctory tone. Nevertheless, everyone relished the barbecue. Unlike mammalian meat, which would become tougher as the mammal ages, fish would only become more tender. Winip, Eveleigh, and I plan to go back the day after tomorrow. So soon? Why don't you stay for a few more days? I don't think so. Our new house is more or less completed. We need to go and sort things out. All right. Dad, Mom, when will you come to Los Angeles again? Asked your mom. I'm free every day, Laurent said. Dad, I welcome you to come alone too, Eveleigh said. Laurent glanced at Qin Zhao and sneered. If he were to go to Los Angeles by himself, he would surely be killed by Qin Zhao. He was not stupid enough to run into a tiger's mouth. In their final day here, Eveleigh and Four activated their shopping frenzy. On the other hand, Qin Zhao entered a rest mode. Lying down was perhaps the greatest happiness he could receive. But things just would not go as planned. Bump bump. Qin Zhao opened his eyes and realized that Laurent was kicking the lounge chair. What? Qin Zhao asked. Look at the lovely weather. Let's go fishing. Qin Zhao was really annoyed by this childish father-in-law. No. Qin Zhao was convinced that as long as he ignored Laurent, Laurent's plots would not succeed. Don't be stubborn. Let's go. I can't leave you here alone. Who needs your sympathy? Qin Zhao did not even want to give a reply. Stop pestering me. Just as he closed his eyes, he suddenly felt some pain in his arm. Opening his eyes, Qin Zhao realized that Laurent was standing at the back of the small truck, hooking him with the fish hook. Laurent, do you really want to die? Come and hit me if you can. Laurent shouted in satisfaction. Cain, drive. However, the truck did not move. Cain, did the bullet destroy your intelligence? Quickly drive. Mr. Laurent, did you forget to refuel the truck? Laurent watched as the enraged demon walked toward him. He immediately smiled in fear. Chen, I was just joking. Don't take it seriously. Chen, let's go fishing. It's so boring to stay at home alone. Yeah, let's go. Fishing is actually quite interesting. Karim and Howard also persuaded. Qin Zhao thought about it. Unable to reject their coaxing, Qin Zhao eventually jumped onto the back of the truck. 2 kilometers away from the farm, there was a turbulent, fast-flowing river that was more than 20 meters wide. When the group alighted from the truck, there were already a few people fishing by the river. Laurent, why are you here again? An old man said with a mocking tone. Why can't I be here? Laurent really wanted to ignore the old man. Laurent, did something happen? Qin Zhao asked softly. Although he hated Laurent, it was only their family business. Qin Zhao would not deliberately embarrass Laurent outside. Nothing. Laurent did not want to tell Qin Zhao about it. Yesterday, the 4 of you did not succeed. Do you think you can make it with an Asian shorty? Ha! Chen Zhao glanced at the three bodyguards. They all turned their heads away and kept silent. Suddenly, the old man who had just mocked Laurent leaned forward and fell onto the ground. With his fishing line taut, he was soon dragged into the water. The people around him quickly rushed into the river and pulled him out. Cough, cough. Ha ha. Powell, looks like you're not doing much better than me. Ha ha. Laurent laughed loudly. Chen Zhao frowned. Something had just dragged the old man into the river. What's in the river? Chen Zhao asked. A monster, Laurent said. Actually, Laurent asked you here because he wants us to fish the monster together, Kane said. Yesterday, all four of us were dragged into the water. Shouldn't the fishing rod break first? Chen Zhao asked in surprise. This fishing rod is meant to be used at sea. Even the biggest swordfish can't break it, Laurent said. What fish is in the river? An enormous catfish, estimated to be over 5 meters in length, Laurent said. Chen Zhao gasped. A 5 meters catfish? The largest catfish that had been caught was 7 meters long and 300 kilograms heavy. What would a 5 meter long catfish look like? Let's compare it to Princess. Before Princess demonized, she was about 3 meters tall and 500 kilograms heavy. After becoming a demon, she was now 5 meters tall and about 1,000 kilograms heavy. Her weight roughly doubled. The weight of a catfish should grow at approximately the same rate too as its length increased. Hence, the catfish would very likely weigh over 500 kilograms. It was no wonder that Laurent, Kane, Karim and Howard would be dragged into the water all at once. So Laurent had been trying so hard to bring Chen Zhao here in order to deal with the gargantuan catfish. Of course, although the four of them had been dragged into the river the day before, Kane was still recovering and could not use too much strength. Chen Zhao was interested as well. But are you sure that it will definitely bite the bait? Dunno, depends on your luck. It's very cunning and will hide in the aquatic grass to observe the fishers. If there are too many people, it will not take the bait. Then I'll fish it myself. Don't stand beside me. Don't force yourself. It's not something that a single person can handle, Laurent said. I'm not as weak as the four of you. Chen Zhao was not kind at all. Chapter 394 Being Old but Unrespectable, No Contradiction. Chapter 394 Being Old but Unrespectable, No Contradiction. Kid, you have stick arms and legs. Be careful you don't get dragged down by Earl Eric later. The guys who didn't get along with Laurent started mocking when they saw Chen Zhao sitting there and fishing alone. Old grandpas, your bodies are all old now. Chen Zhao didn't back down at all. Don't play these physical games here. Just sunbathe and take in the fresh sea air. Probably even a small fish can drag you into the water, let alone Earl Eric. There was no need to respect the elders now. They didn't look like gentlemen either. They started mocking Chen Zhao as soon as they saw him. Chen Zhao wouldn't respect them either, and just shot an insult back. So uncultured. No manners. The old men immediately started yelling. Laurent, where did you get such an unmannered kid from? Laurent and Chen Zhao had the same thought. This is my in-law. I don't have to like him, but I won't let you outsiders talk about him. You old things have one foot in the grave already. Laurent cursed. It's none of your business where I got him from. If you don't like it, then get the stick out of your ass first. Laurent, don't think you can talk like that just because you have more guys. Yeah, I have more guys, Laurent yelled. So what? Wanna fight? Chen Zhao's combat power was great. He wouldn't lose to anyone. The old guys grew furious too. Okay, you want to fight with numbers, huh? I'll call more guys. They all started calling people. Powell, who'd been dragged into the water earlier, seemed to manage a farm. He immediately yelled into the phone. Pacey, get everyone on the farm and come to the fishing hole. Do what? Fight, obviously. Whoever doesn't come can fuck off forever. The others were similar. They were either the owner of a farm or ranch. This was like a party for farm and ranch owners, and each one had angry expressions. It seemed that conflicts weren't rare. They all looked experienced at calling men over. Mr. Laurent, I think they have more guys than us. Mr. Laurent, you offended too many people. Chen Zhao was speechless too. Was this old guy digging a ditch for themselves here? Offending one or two guys was okay, but going against the whole world? Laurent faltered too. Chen, you'll help me fight later, right? We can put our rivalries behind first. When there are other enemies, we have to fight them together. Chen Zhao was clear about this, at least. You could fight however you want behind closed doors, but when there were outsiders, they had to unite. That's good. But those old guys kept calling more and more people. Even Chen Zhao wasn't sure anymore. Those farm and ranch owners could call 7 or 8 guys each. For groups came, totally to more than 30 men. They were men who spent their days doing farm or ranch work. Each one was tall and muscular. Many of them were even bigger than Karim's trio. Laurent, don't say that I didn't give you a chance, Powell said arrogantly. You and that Asian apologize to us now. Otherwise, all of you will feed the fish in the river today. Laurent and Chen Zhao's expressions were both unnatural. The other side had too many people, while they only had 5 men. One of them, Kane, was also injured and definitely couldn't fight. Laurent was a bit old. He was useless even if he tried. Only Chen Zhao, Karim, and Howard could fight. Chen, how many can you take? Karim asked. Howard also looked at him. Chen Zhao calculated a little. How about you guys? I can take 6, Karim said. Then me too, Howard said. Okay, Chen Zhao said. Give the rest to me. Are you sure? Everyone looked at Chen Zhao. Karim and Howard took 12, so there were at least 20 left. Could Chen Zhao really take care of 20 men? I don't know. I've never fought with so many people before. Powell started speaking again. If you're scared, it's not too late to surrender. Yeah, don't get your brains smashed later. You think you're so powerful just because you have more people? Try one-on-one, Laurent yelled. You're the one who wanted to compete with numbers. How come you're scared now? Coward. Weakling. Politicians are all like this. It seemed that these ranch and farm owners didn't like Laurent, who'd been a senator before. They excluded him from their little clique. Laurent's expression was very uncomfortable. American society was like this. You could see these concepts in the movies. In American movies, most politicians were evil while soldiers were brave. This was politically correct. The people liked these concepts too. The feelings that were present in China were also present in America, such as hating the rich. Everyone here knew that Laurent had been a senator and his wife, Winnip, was the owner of a chain supermarket and worth millions. On the other hand, the farm and ranch owners had to scrimp and save. This naturally widened the gap between them, causing conflicts. Do I have to pay the medical fees when I injure these pieces of trash? Chen Zhao asked. No. For fights like this, no one cared about medical fees. Everything was alright as long as no one died. The people here had always been dowdy. Ranch and farm owners often fought over the smallest things. Hey, what did you just say? Such big words. Don't stand in the back. Bring it on. These cowboys and farmers were all egging him on. Chen Zhao took off his jacket and walked forward. Come on, Chen Zhao urged at the 20 to 30 men. Laurent's group was honestly scared for him. They couldn't act so fearlessly. What a joke! If they were the ones facing so many people, they'd piss their pants. Just then, a 2-meter-tall guy walked out of the group. He was muscular and wearing a tank top. His figure was already scary enough. You guys don't need to fight. I'll do it, the big guy said with a rough voice. Hey, monkey. Let me teach you about respect. Chen, this guy is an underground boxer, Karim whispered behind Chen Zhao. He was jailed for 2 years. Be careful. Don't get cocky. They knew that Qin Zhao was strong, but his opponent wasn't weak either. They worried that Qin Zhao would be too cocky. If the first opponent won, it would be embarrassing. You called me a monkey? Qin Zhao loosened his shoulders while looking at the big guy. What, you don't like it? The guy curled his finger. Come on. I'll let you have 3 punches. Suddenly, the bell on a stationary fighting rod began to ring and the line went taut. Chen, we have a fish! Laurent shouted. Qin Zhao rushed to the fishing rod at once. He grabbed the rod and tried to pull it up. However, he did not manage to. Qin Zhao used more strength, but he still could not pull the fish up. The fish was really powerful. Was it that big guy? Although Qin Zhao could not pull the fish up, the fish also could not break free. Come here! Qin Zhao roared. Then, an enormous creature jumped out of the river, but it immediately fell back in, creating a huge wave. Earl Eric. It's Earl Eric. It's huge. Wow, this guy could surely eat a human. Everyone started to scream in excitement. Those who had been lying on the ground also got up on their feet. Everyone knew that there was an Earl Eric in the river, but not all of them had seen it, including some people who had been fishing here for many years. Today, they were fortunate enough to see Earl Eric for themselves. Qin Zhao clutched the fishing rod, unable to pull it. The fish was too powerful. With its own weight, Qin Zhao felt that it was at least a ton of force. The situation went into the stalemate. The fishing rod had already been bent into an arc. As Earl Eric continued to struggle, ripples appeared constantly and the water became muddy. Chun, do you need help? Kareem and Howard asked, rolling their sleeves upward. Qin Zhao shook his head but did not speak. He had to use all his strength to fight Earl Eric. Kareem and Howard would only affect him instead of helping him. In fact, Qin Zhao and Earl Eric were not only testing their strength, but also their endurance. It all depended on which of them could persist till the end. Everyone held their breath as they watched Qin Zhao and the creature struggling in the river. While they looked forward to Qin Zhao pulling Earl Eric out of the water, they also hoped that Earl Eric could escape. They did not want Earl Eric to be caught by an outsider, especially when he was their enemy. Moreover, Earl Eric was also a belief and obsession for them. If the river lost Earl Eric, they would lose their interest. Everyone watched the fierce battle nervously. Laurent looked at the fishing rod which had almost been bent to the maximum. Chen, you can do it. You're tuning into the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.